to rest, but that was only half of the truth. The other half was that she had paid one round of calls on the county in the first month after the surrender, and the sight of old friends and old plantations had shaken her courage more than she liked to admit. The Fontaines had fared best of any, thanks to Sally's hard ride, but it was flourishing only by comparison with the desperate situation of the other neighbors. Grandma Fontaine had never completely recovered from the heart attack she had the day she led the others in beating out the flames and saving the house. Old Dr. Fontaine was convalescing slowly from an amputated arm. Alex and Tony were turning awkward hands to plows and hoe handles. They leaned over the fence rail to shake hands with Scarlett when she called, and they laughed at her rickety wagon, their black eyes bitter, for they were laughing at themselves as well as her. She asked to buy seed corn from them, and they promised it, and fell to discussing farm problems. They had 12 chickens, 2 cows, 5 hogs, and the mule they brought home from the war. One of the hogs had just died, and they were worried about losing the others. At hearing such serious words about hogs from these ex-dandies who had never given life a more serious thought than which cravat was most fashionable, Scarlett laughed, and this time her laugh was bitter too. They had all made her welcome at Mimosa, and had insisted on giving, not selling her, the seed corn. The quick Fontaine tempers flared when she put a greenback on the table, and they flatly refused payment. Scarlett took the corn and privately slipped a $1 bill into Sally's hand. Sally looked like a different person from the girl who had greeted her 8 months before, when Scarlett first came home to Tara. Then she had been pale and sad, but there had been a buoyancy about her. Now that buoyancy had gone, as if the surrender had taken all hope from her. "Scarlett," she whispered as she clutched the bill, "what was the good of it all? Why did we ever fight? Oh, my poor Joe. Oh, my poor baby." "I don't know why we fought, and I don't care," said Scarlett. "And I'm not interested. I never was interested. War is a man's business, not a woman's. All I'm interested in now is a good cotton crop. Now take this $1 and buy little Joe a dress. God knows he needs it. I'm not going to rob you of your corn, for all Alex and Tony's politeness." The boys followed her to the wagon and assisted her in, courtly for all their rags, gay with a volatile Fontaine gaiety, but with the picture of their destitution in her eyes. She shivered as she drove away from Mimosa. She was so tired of poverty and pinching. What a pleasure it would be to know people who were rich and not worried as to where the next meal was coming from. Cade Calvert was at home at Pine Bloom, and as Scarlett came up the steps of the old house in which she had danced so often in happier days, she saw that death was in his face. He was emaciated, and he coughed as he lay in an easy chair in the sunshine with a shawl across his knees. But his face lit up when he saw her. "Just a little cold which had settled in his chest," he said, trying to rise to greet her. "Got it from sleeping so much in the rain." But it would be gone soon, and then he'd lend a hand in the work. Kathleen Calvert, who came out of the house at the sound of voices, met Scarlett's eyes above her brother's head, and in them Scarlett read knowledge and bitter despair. Cade might not know, but Kathleen knew. Pine liked their own overseer, Jonas Wilkerson, and she liked him even less now, as he sauntered forward and greeted her like an equal. Formerly he had the same combination of servility and impertinence which Wilkerson possessed, but now, with Mr. Calvert and Rayford dead in the war, and Cade sick, he had dropped all servility. The second Mrs. Calvert had never known how to compare. A flush went over Cade's white face, and Kathleen's long lashes veiled her eyes as her mouth hardened. Scarlett knew their souls were writhing in helpless rage at being under obligations to their Yankee overseer. Mrs. Calvert seemed ready to weep. She had somehow made a blunder. She was always blundering. She just couldn't understand Southerners. for all that she had lived in Georgia 20 years. She never knew what not to say to her stepchildren, and no matter what she said or did, they were always so exquisitely polite to her. Silently she vowed she would go north to her own people, taking her children with her, and leave these puzzling, stiff-necked strangers. After these visits, Scarlett had no desire to see the Tarletons. Now that the 4 boys were gone, the house burned and the family cramped in the overseer's cottage, she could not bring herself to go. But Sue Ellen and Corinne begged, and Melanie said it would be unneighborly not to call and welcome Mr. Tarleton back from the war. So one Sunday they went. This was the worst of all. As they drove up by the ruins of the house, they saw Beatrice Tarleton dressed in a worn riding habit, a crop under her arm, sitting on the top rail of the fence about the paddock, staring moodily at nothing. Beside her perched the bow-legged little Negro who had trained her horses, and he looked as glum as his mistress. The paddock, once full of frolicking colts and placid brood mares, was empty now except for one mule, the mule Mr. Tarleton had ridden home from the surrender. "I swear I don't know what to do with myself now that my darlings are gone," said Mrs. Tarleton, climbing down from the fence. A stranger might have thought she spoke of her 4 dead sons, but the girls from Tara knew her horses were in her mind. "All my beautiful horses dead. And, oh, my poor Nellie. If I just had Nellie, and nothing but a damned mule on the place. A damned mule," she repeated, looking indignantly at the scrawny beast. "It's an insult to the memory of my blooded darlings to have a mule in their paddock. Mules are misbegotten, unnatural critters, and it ought to be illegal to breed them." Jim Tarleton, completely disguised by a bushy beard, came out of the overseer's house to welcome and kiss the girls, and his 4 red-haired daughters in mended dresses streamed out behind him, tripping over the dozen black and tan hounds which ran barking to the door at the sound of strange voices. There was an air of studied and determined cheerfulness about the whole family, which brought a colder chill to Scarlett's bones than the bitterness of mimosa or the deathly brooding of pine bloom. The Tarletons insisted that the girls stay for dinner, saying they had so few guests these days and wanted to hear all the news. Scarlett didn't want to linger, for the atmosphere oppressed her. But Melanie and her 2 sisters were anxious for a longer visit, so the 4 stayed for dinner and ate sparingly of the side meat and dried peas which were served them. There was laughter about the skimpy fare, and the Tarleton girls giggled as they told of makeshifts for clothes, as if they were telling the most amusing of jokes. Corinne had said little during the meal, but when it was over, she slipped over to Mrs. Tarleton's side and whispered something. Mrs. Tarleton's face changed, and the brittle smile left her lips as she put her arm around Corinne's slender waist. They left the room, and Scarlett, who felt she could not endure the house another minute, followed them. They went down the path to the garden, and Scarlett saw, said Mrs. Tarleton proudly. Mr. Tarleton went to Macon and brought them home in the wagon. Tombstones! And what they must have cost! Suddenly, Scarlett didn't feel as sorry for the Tarletons as she had at first. Anybody who would waste precious money on tombstones when food was so dear, so almost unattainable, didn't deserve sympathy. And there were several lines carved on each of the stones. The more carving, the more money. The whole family must be crazy. And it had cost money, too, to bring the 3 boys' bodies home. They had never found Boyd or any trace of him. Between the graves of Brent and Stewart was a stone which read, "They were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their death they were not divided." On the other stone were the names of Boyd and Tom, with something in Latin which began Dulce et, but it meant nothing to Scarlett, who had managed to evade Latin at the Fayetteville Academy. all that money for tombstones. Why, they were fools. She felt as indignant as if her own money had been squandered. Green's eyes were shining oddly. "I think it's lovely," she whispered, pointing to the first stone. Corinne would think it lovely. Anything sentimental stirred her. "Yes," said Mrs. Tarleton, and her voice was soft. "We thought it very fitting." They died almost at the same time. Stuart first, and then Brent, who caught up the flag he dropped. As the girls drove back to Tara, Scarlett was silent for a while, thinking of what she had seen in the various homes, remembering against her will the county in its glory, with visitors at all the big houses and money plentiful, Negroes crowding the quarters, and the well-tended fields glorious with cotton. In another year, there'll be little pines all over these fields, she thought. And looking toward the encircling forest, she shuddered. Without the darkies, it will be all we can do to keep body and soul together. Nobody can run a big plantation without darkies. And lots of the fields won't be cultivated at all, and the woods will take over the fields again. Nobody can plant much cotton. And what will we do then? What will become of country folks? Town folks can manage somehow. They've always managed. But we country folks will go back 100 years, like the pioneers who had little cabins and just scratched a few acres, and barely existed. No, she thought grimly. Tara isn't going to be like that. Not even if I have to plow myself. This whole section, this whole state can go back to woods if it wants to, but I won't let Tara go. And I don't intend to waste my money on tombstones or my time crying about the war. We can make out somehow. I know we could make out somehow if the men weren't all dead. Losing the darkies isn't the worst part about this. It's the loss of the men, the young men. She thought again of the four Tarletons and Joe Fontaine, of Rayford Calvert and the Monroe brothers, and all the boys from Fayetteville and Jonesboro whose names she had read on the casualty lists. If there were just enough men left, we could manage somehow, but... Another thought struck her. Suppose she wanted to marry again. Of course, she didn't want to marry again. Once was certainly enough. Besides, the only man she'd ever wanted was Ashley, and he was married, if he was still living. But suppose she should want to marry. Who would there be to marry her? The thought was appalling. "Melly," she said, "what's going to happen to Southern girls?" "What do you mean?" "Just what I say. What's going to happen to them?" "There's no one to marry them." "Why, Melly, with all the boys dead, there'll be thousands merely trifled with her affections and then forgotten her. Or maybe he had been killed in the last days of the war. The latter would have been infinitely preferable to his forgetting her, for at least there was some dignity about a dead love, such as Corinne and India Wilkes had, but none about a deserted fiancé. "Oh, in the name of God, hush!" said Scarlett. "Oh, you can talk," sobbed Sue Ellen, "because you've been married and had a baby, and everybody knows some man wanted you. But look at me. And you've got to be mean and throw it up to me that I'm an old maid when I can't help myself. I think you're hateful." "Oh, hush. You know how I hate people who bawl all the time. You know perfectly well old Ginger Whiskers isn't dead, and that he'll come back and marry you. He hasn't any better sense. But personally, I'd rather be an old maid than marry him." There was silence from the back of the wagon for a while, and Corinne comforted her sister with absent-minded pats. For her mind was a long way off, riding paths 3 years old with Brent Tarleton beside her. There was a glow, an exultation in her eyes. "Ah," said Melanie sadly, "what will the South be like without all our fine boys? What would the South have been if they had lived? We could use their courage and their energy and their brains. Scarlet, all of us with little boys must raise them to take the places of the men who are gone, to be brave men like them." "There will never again be men like them," said Corinne softly. "No one can take them." Brittle, as if her face would shatter if she spoke. But her back was erect, and her head was high as she nodded to them. Scarlet suddenly remembered the day of the Wilkes barbecue, when she and Kathleen had whispered together about Rhett Butler. How pretty and fresh Kathleen had been that day, in a swirl of blue organdy with fragrant roses at her sash, and little black velvet slippers laced about her small ankles. And now there was not a trace of that girl in the stiff figure sitting on the mule. "I won't get down, thank you," she said. "I just came to tell you that I'm going to be married." "What? Who to?" "Kathy, how grand! When?" "Tomorrow," said Kathleen quietly. And there was something in her voice which took the eager smiles from their faces. "I came to tell you that I'm going to be married tomorrow in Jonesboro, and I'm not inviting you all to come." They digested this in silence, looking up at her puzzled. Then Melanie spoke. "Is it someone we know, dear?" "Yes," said Kathleen shortly. "It's Mr. Hilton." "Mr. Hilton?" "Yes." Her head was low. "And don't pet me. I can't stand that either." Melanie dropped her hand, but still did not look up. "Well, I must go. I only came to tell you." The white, brittle mask was back again, and she picked up the reins. "How is Cade?" asked Scarlet, utterly at a loss, but fumbling for some words to break the awkward silence. "He is dying," said Kathleen shortly. There seemed to be no feeling in her voice. "And he is going to die in some comfort and peace if I can manage it, without worry about who will take care of me when he's gone. You see, my stepmother and the children are going north for good tomorrow. Well, I must be going." Melanie looked up and met Kathleen's hard eyes. "Auntie!" Kathleen bent down, and Melanie tiptoed. They kissed. Then Kathleen flapped the bridle rein sharply, and the old mule moved off. Melanie looked after her, the tears streaming down her face. Scarlet stared, still dazed. "Melly, is she crazy? You know she can't be in love with him." "In love? Oh, Scarlet, don't even suggest such a horrid thing. Oh, poor Kathleen. Poor Cade." "Fiddle-de-dee!" cried Scarlet, beginning to be irritated. It was annoying that Melanie always seemed to grasp more of situations than she herself did. Kathleen's plight seemed to her more startling than catastrophic. Of course, it was no pleasant thought, marrying Yankee white trash. But after all, a girl couldn't live alone on a plantation. She had to have a husband to help her run it. "Melly, it's like I said the other day. There isn't anybody for girls to marry, and they've got to marry someone." "Oh, they don't have to marry. There's nothing shameful in being a spinster. Look at Aunt Pitty. Oh, I'd rather see Kathleen dead. I know Cade would rather see her dead. It's the end of the Calverts. Just think what their children will be. Oh, Scarlet, have Pork saddle the horse quickly, and you ride after her and tell her to come live with us." "Good Lord!" cried Scarlet, shocked at the matter-of-fact way in which Melanie was offering Tara. Scarlet certainly had no intention of feeding another mouth. She started to say this, but something in Melanie's stricken face halted the words. "She wouldn't come, Millie," she amended. "You know she wouldn't. She's so proud, and she'd think it was charity." "That's true. That's true," said Melanie distractedly. Watching the small cloud of red dust, disappear down the road. "You've been with me for months," thought Scarlet grimly, looking at her sister-in-law. "And it's never occurred to you that it's charity you're living on. And I guess it never will. You're one of those people the war didn't change. And you go right on thinking and acting just like nothing had happened. Like we were still rich as Croesus, and had more food than we knew what to do with, and guests didn't matter. I guess I've got you on my neck for the rest of my life. But I won't have Kathleen, too." Chapter 30. In that warm summer after peace came, Tara suddenly lost its isolation. And for months thereafter, a stream of scarecrows, bearded, ragged, footsore, and always hungry, toiled up the red hill to Tara and came to rest on the shady front steps, wanting food and a night's lodging. They were Confederate soldiers walking home. The railroad had carried the remains of Johnston's army from North Carolina to Atlanta and dumped them there. And from Atlanta they began their pilgrimages afoot. When the wave of Johnston's men had passed, the weary veterans from the Army of Virginia arrived, and then men from the Western troops, beating their way south toward homes which might not exist and families which might be scattered or dead. Most of them were walking. A few fortunate ones rode bony horses and mules, which the terms of the surrender had permitted them to keep. Gaunt animals which even an untrained eye could tell would never reach far-away Florida and South Georgia. Going home, and were willing to settle down peaceably to plowing beneath the flag they had fought. Going home. Going home. They could talk of nothing else, neither battles nor wounds, nor imprisonment, nor the future. Later, they would refight battles and tell children and grandchildren of pranks and forays and charges, of hunger, forced marches and wounds, but not now. Some of them lacked an arm or a leg or an eye. Many had scars which would ache in rainy weather if they lived for 70 years. But these seemed small matters now. Later, it would be different. Old and young, talkative and taciturn, rich planter and sallow cracker. They all had two things in common: lice and dysentery. And every soldier who stopped at Tara was either just recovering or was actively suffering from it. "Dey ain't a sound set of bowels in the whole Confederate Army," observed Mammy darkly as she sweated over the fire, brewing a bitter concoction of blackberry roots which had been Ellen's sovereign remedy for such afflictions. "It's my notion that 'twarn't the Yankees what beat our gentlemen. 'Twas their own innards. Can't no gentleman fight with his bowels turning to water." One and all, Mammy dosed them, never waiting to ask foolish questions about the state of their organs, and one and all, they drank her doses meekly and with wry faces, remembering, perhaps, other stern black faces in far-off places, and other inexorable black hands holding medicine spoons. In the matter of company, Mammy was equally adamant. No lice-ridden soldier should come into Tara. She marched them behind a clump of thick bushes, relieved them of their uniforms, gave them a basin of water and strong lye soap to wash with, and provided them with quilts and blankets to cover their nakedness, while she boiled their clothing in her huge wash-pot. It was useless for the girls to argue hotly that such conduct humiliated the soldiers. Mammy replied that the girls would be a sight more humiliated if they found lice upon themselves. When the soldiers began arriving almost daily, Mammy protested against their being allowed to use the bedrooms. Always she feared lest some louse had escaped her. Rather than argue the matter, Scarlet turned the parlor with its deep velvet rug into a dormitory. Mammy cried out equally loudly at the sacrilege of soldiers being permitted to sleep on Miss Ellen's rug. But Scarlet was firm. They had to sleep somewhere. And in the months after the surrender, the deep soft nap began to show signs of wear. and finally the heavy warp and woof showed through in spots where heels had worn it and spurs dug carelessly. Of each soldier, they asked eagerly of Ashley. Sue Ellen, bridling, always asked True. Of course he was coming home, but his prison was so far away. Why, goodness, it took days riding on a train to make the trip, and if Ashley was walking like these men... Why hadn't he written? Well, darling, you know what the mails are now. So uncertain and slipshod, even where mail routes are re-established. But suppose he had died on the way home. Now, Melanie, by in rags with their feet tied up in sacks and strips of carpet, but not Ashley. He should come home on a prancing horse, dressed in fine clothes and shining boots, a plume in his hat. It was the final degradation for her to think of Ashley reduced to the state of these other soldiers. One afternoon in June, when everyone at Tara was assembled on the back porch, eagerly watching Pork cut the first half-ripe watermelon of the season, they heard hooves on the gravel of the front drive. Prissy started languidly toward the front door, while those left behind argued hotly as to whether they should hide the melon or keep it for supper. Should the caller at the door prove to be a soldier? Melly and Corinne whispered that the soldier guest should have a share, and Scarlet, backed by Sue Ellen and Mammy, hissed to Pork to hide it quickly. Leaping up from the steps and racing through the hall with Melly at her shoulder and the others streaming after her. Ashley, she thought. Or perhaps... It's Uncle Peter! Miss Pittypat's Uncle Peter! They all ran out to the front porch and saw the tall, grizzled old despot of Aunt Pitty's house climbing down from a rat-tailed nag on which a section of quilting had been strapped. On his wide black face, accustomed dignity strove with delight at seeing old friends, with the result that his brow was furrowed in a frown, but his mouth was hanging open like a happy, toothless old hound's. Everyone ran down the steps to greet him, black and white, shaking his hand and asking questions, but Melly's voice rose above them all. Auntie isn't sick, is she? "No'm, she's poorly, thank God," answered Peter, fastening a severe look first on Melly and then on Scarlet, so that they suddenly felt guilty, but could think of no reason why. "She's poorly, but she's plumb outdone with you young missus. And if it come right down to it, I is too." "Why, Uncle Peter, what on earth?" "Yo' needn't try to 'scuse yourselves. Ain't Miss Pitty writ you to come home? Ain't I seed her right and seed her a-cryin' when y'all writ her back that you got too much to do on dish here old farm to come home?" "But, Uncle Peter, how come you leave Miss Pitty by herself like this when she's so scary-like? You know as well as I do Miss Pitty ain't never lived by herself, and she been shaking in her little shoes ever since she come back from Macomb. She said for me to tell y'all plain as I knows how that she just can't understand y'all deserting her in her hour of need." "Now, hush," said Mammy tartly, for it sat ill upon her to hear Tara referred to as an old farm. Trust an ignorant city-bred darky not to know the difference between a farm and a plantation. "Ain't us got no hours of need? Ain't us needin' Miss Scarlet and Miss Melly right here, and needin' them bad? How come Miss Pitty don't ask her brother for assistance? Does she need any?" Uncle Peter gave her a withering look. "Us ain't had nothing to do with Mr. Henry for years, and us is too old to start now." He turned back to the girls, who were trying to suppress their smiles. "You young misses ought to take shame, leaving poor Miss Pitty alone, with half her friends dead and the other half in Macomb, and Atlanta full of Yankee soldiers and trashy free-issue niggers." The two girls had borne the castigation with straight faces as long as they could. But the thought of Aunt Pitty sending Peter to scold them and bring them back bodily to Atlanta was too much for their control. They burst into laughter and hung on each other's shoulders for support. Naturally, poor Condilce and Mammy gave vent to loud guffaws at hearing the detractor of their beloved Tara set at naught. Sue Ellen and Corinne giggled, and even Gerald's face wore a vague smile. Everyone laughed except Peter, who shifted from one large splayed foot to the other in mounting indignation. "What's wrong with you, nigger?" inquired Mammy with a grin. "Is you getting too old to protect your own missus?" Peter was outraged. "Too old? Me too old? No, ma'am. I can protect Miss Pitty like I allus done. Ain't I protected down to Macomb when us refugeed? Ain't I protect her when the Yankees come to Macomb and she's so scared she fainting all the time? And ain't I acquired this year nag to bring her back to Atlanta and protect her and her pa's silver all the way?" Peter drew himself to his full height as he vindicated himself. "I ain't talking about protecting. I's talking about how it look." "How who look?" "I'm talking about how it looks to folks seeing Miss Pitty living alone. Folks talk scandalous about maiden ladies that lives by theirself," continued Peter, and it was obvious to his listeners that Pitty-Pat, in his mind, was still a plump and charming miss of 16 who must be sheltered against evil tongues. "And I ain't figuring on having folks criticize her. No, ma'am. And I ain't figuring on her taking in no boarders just for company, neither. I done told her that. Not while you got your flesh and blood that belongs with you, I says. And now her flesh and blood denying her. Miss Pitty ain't nothing but a child, and—" At this, Scarlet and Melly whooped louder and sank down to the steps. Finally, Melly wiped tears of mirth from her eyes. "Poor Uncle Peter. I'm sorry I laughed, really and truly. There, do forgive me. Miss Scarlet and I just can't come home now. Maybe I'll come in September after the cotton is picked. Did Auntie send you all the way down here just to bring us back on that bag of bones?" At this question, Peter's jaw suddenly dropped, and guilt and consternation swept over his wrinkled black face. His protruding underlip retreated to normal as swiftly as a turtle withdraws his head beneath its shell. "Miss Melly, I's getting old, I specs, 'cause I clean forget for the moment what she sent me for, and it's important, too. I got a letter for you. Miss Pitty wouldn't trust the mails or nobody but me to bring it, and—" "A letter? For me? Who from?" "Well, it's Miss Pitty. She says to me, 'You, Peter, you break it gently to Miss Melly, and I say—'" Melly rose from the steps, her hand at her heart. "Ashley, Ashley, he's dead." "No'm, no'm," cried Peter, his voice rising to a shrill bawl as he fumbled in the breast pocket of his ragged coat. "He's alive. This here a letter from him. He comin' home. God almighty, catch her, Mammy. Let me—" "Don't you touch her, you old fool!" thundered Mammy, struggling to keep Melanie's sagging body from falling to the ground. "You pious black ape! Break it gently. You, Poke, take a feet. Miss Corinne, steady your hand. Let's us lay her on the sofa in the parlor." There was a tumult of sound as everyone but Scarlet swarmed about the fainting Melanie, everyone crying out in alarm, scurrying into the house for water and pillows, and in a moment Scarlet and Uncle Peter were left standing alone on the walk. She stood rooted, unable to move from the position to which she had leaped when she heard his words, staring at the old man who stood feebly waiting a letter. His old black face was as pitiful as a child's under its mother's disapproval. His dignity collapsed. For a moment she couldn't speak or move, and though her mind shouted, "He isn't dead! He's coming home!" the knowledge brought neither joy nor excitement, only a stunned immobility. Uncle Peter's voice came as from a far distance, plaintive, placating. "Mr. Willie Burr from Macomb, what is kin to us, he brung it to Miss Pitty. Mr. Willie, he in the same jailhouse with Mr. Ashley. Mr. Willie, he got a horse, and he got here soon. But Mr. Ashley, he a-walking, and... Scarlet snatched the letter from his hand. It was addressed to Melly in Miss Pitty's writing, but that didn't make her hesitate a moment. She ripped it open, and Miss Pitty's enclosed note fell to the ground. Within the envelope, there was a piece of folded paper, grimy from the dirty pocket in which it had been carried, creased and ragged about the edges. It bore the inscription in Ashley's hand, Mrs. George Ashley Wilkes, care Miss Sarah Jane Hamilton, Atlanta or 12 Oaks, Jonesboro, Georgia. With fingers that shook, she opened it and read, Beloved, I am coming home to you. Tears began to stream down her face, so that she couldn't read. She whispered, I am coming home. Common sense told them that unless Ashley developed wings, it would be weeks, or even months, before he could travel from Illinois to Georgia. But hearts nevertheless beat wildly whenever a soldier turned into the avenue at Tara. Each bearded scarecrow might be Ashley. And if it weren't Ashley, perhaps the soldier would have news of him, or a letter from Aunt Pitty about him. Black and white, they rushed to the front porch every time they heard footsteps. The sight of a uniform was enough to bring everyone flying from the woodpile, the pasture, and the cotton patch. For a month after the letter came, work was almost at a standstill. No one wanted to be out of the house when he arrived, Scarlet least of all. And she couldn't insist on the others attending to their duties when she so neglected hers. But when the weeks crawled by, and Ashley did not come or any news of him, Tara settled back into its old routine. Longing hearts could only stand so much of longing. An uneasy fear crept into Scarlet's mind that something had happened to him along the way. Rock Island was so far away, and he might have been weak or sick when released from prison. And he had no money, and was tramping through a country where Confederates were hated. If only she knew where he was, she would send money to him. Send every penny she had, and let the family go hungry, so he could come home swiftly on the train. Beloved, I am coming home to you. In the first rush of joy when her eyes met those words, they had meant only that Ashley was coming home to her. Now, in the light of cooler reason, it was Melanie to whom he was returning. Melanie, who went about the house these days singing with joy. Occasionally, Scarlet wondered bitterly why Melanie couldn't have died in childbirth in Atlanta. That would have made things perfect. Then she could have married Ashley after a decent interval and made little Beau a good stepmother, too. When such thoughts came, she didn't pray hastily to God, telling him she didn't mean it. God didn't frighten her any more. Soldiers came singly and in pairs and dozens, and they were always hungry. Scarlet thought despairingly that a plague of locusts would be more welcome. She cursed again the old custom of hospitality which had flowered in the era of plenty, the custom which would not permit any traveler, great or humble, to go on his journey without a night's lodging, food for himself and his horse, and the utmost courtesy the house could give. She knew that era had passed forever, but the rest of the household didn't, nor did the soldiers, and each soldier was welcomed as if he were a long-awaited guest. As the never-ending line went by, her heart hardened. They were eating the food meant for the mouths of Tara, vegetables over whose long rows she had wearied her back, food she had driven endless miles to buy. Food was so hard to get, and the money in the Yankee's wallet wouldn't last forever. Only a few greenbacks and the 2 gold pieces were left now. Why should she feed this horde of hungry men? The war was over. They would never again stand between her and danger. So she gave orders to Pork that when soldiers were in the house, the table should be set sparely. This order prevailed until she noticed that Melanie, who had never been strong since Beau was born, was inducing Pork to put only dabs of food on her plate and giving her share to the soldiers. "You'll have to stop it, Melanie," she scolded. "You're half sick yourself, and if you don't eat more, you'll be sick in bed and we'll have to nurse you. Let these men go hungry. They can stand it. They've stood it for 4 years, and it won't hurt them to stand it a little while longer." Melanie turned to her, and on her face was the first expression of naked emotion Scarlett had ever seen in those serene eyes. "Oh, Scarlett, don't scold me. Let me do it. You don't know how it helps me. Every time I give some poor man my share, I think that maybe, somewhere on the road up north, some woman is giving my Ashley a share of her dinner, and it's helping him to get home to me. My Ashley. Beloved, I am coming home to you." Scarlett turned away, wordless. After that, Melanie noticed there was more food on the table when guests were present, even though Scarlett might grudge them every mouthful. When the soldiers were too ill to go on, and there were many such, Scarlett put them to bed with none too good grace. Each sick man meant another mouth to feed. Someone had to nurse him, and that meant one less worker at the business of fence-building, hoeing, weeding, and plowing. One boy, on whose face a blonde fuzz had just begun to sprout, was dumped on the front porch by a mounted soldier bound for Fayetteville. He had found him unconscious by the roadside and had brought him across his saddle to Tara, the nearest house. The girls thought he must be one of the little cadets who had been called out of military school when Sherman approached Milledgeville, but they never knew, for he died without regaining consciousness, and a search of his pockets yielded no information. A nice-looking boy, obviously a gentleman, and somewhere to the south, some woman was watching the roads, wondering where he was and when he was coming home, just as she and Melanie, with a wild hope in their hearts, watched every bearded figure that came up their walk. They buried the cadet in the family burying ground, next to the 3 little O'Hara boys, and Melanie cried sharply as Pork filled in the grave, wondering in her heart if strangers were doing this same thing to the tall body of Ashley. Will Benteen was another soldier, like the nameless boy, who arrived unconscious across the saddle of a comrade. Will was acutely ill with pneumonia, and when the girls put him to bed, they feared he would soon join the boy in the burying ground. He had the sallow malarial face of the South Georgia cracker, pale pinkish hair, and washed-out blue eyes which even in delirium were patient and mild. One of his legs was gone at the knee, and to the stump was fitted a roughly whittled wooden peg. He was obviously a cracker, just as the boy they had buried so short a while ago was obviously a planter's son. Just how the girls knew this, they couldn't say. Certainly Will was no dirtier, no more hairy, no more lice-infested than many fine gentlemen who came to Tara. Certainly the language he used in his delirium was no less grammatical than that of the Tarleton twins. But they knew instinctively, as they knew thoroughbred horses from scrubs, that he was not of their class. But this knowledge did not keep them from laboring to save him. Emaciated from a year in a Yankee prison, exhausted by his long tramp on his ill-fitting wooden peg, he had little strength to combat pneumonia, and for days he lay in the bed moaning, trying to get up, fighting battles over again. Never once did he call for mother, wife, sister, or sweetheart. And this omission worried Corinne. "A man ought to have some folks," she said. "And he sounds like he didn't have a soul in the world." For all his lankiness, he was tough, and good nursing pulled him through. The day came when his pale blue eyes, perfectly cognizant of his surroundings, fell upon Corinne sitting beside him, telling her rosary beads, the morning sun shining through her fair hair. "Then you weren't a dream after all," he said, in his flat, toneless voice. "I hope I ain't troubled you too much, ma'am." His convalescence was a long one, and he lay quietly looking out of the window at the magnolias, and causing very little trouble to anyone. Corinne liked him because of his placid and unembarrassed silences. She would sit beside him through the long, hot afternoons, fanning him and saying nothing. Corinne had very little to say these days, as she moved, delicate and wraith-like, about the tasks which were within her strength. She prayed a good deal, for when Scarlett came into her room without knocking, she always found her on her knees by her bed. The sight never failed to annoy her, for Scarlett felt that the time for prayer had passed. If God had seen fit to punish them so, then God could very well do without prayers. Religion had always been a bargaining process with Scarlett. She promised God good behavior in exchange for favors. God had broken the bargain time and again, to her way of thinking, and she felt that she owed him nothing at all now. And whenever she found Corinne on her knees when she should have been taking an afternoon nap or doing the mending, she felt that Corinne was shirking her share of the burdens. She said as much to Will Benteen one afternoon when he was able to sit up in a chair, and was startled when he said, in his flat voice, "Let her be, Miss Scarlett. It comforts her." "Comforts her?" "Yes. She's praying for your ma and him." "Who is him?" His faded blue eyes looked at her from under sandy lashes without surprise. Nothing seemed to surprise or excite him. Perhaps he had seen too much of the unexpected ever to be startled again. That Scarlett didn't know what was in her sister's heart did not seem odd to him. He took it as naturally as he did the fact that Corinne had found comfort in talking to him, a stranger. "Her beau. That boy Brent something or other who was killed at Gettysburg." "Her beau?" said Scarlett shortly. "Her beau nothing. He and his brother were my beaux." "Yes, so she told me. Looks like most of the county was your beaux. But all the same, he was her beau after you turned him down, because when he come home on his last furlough, they got engaged. She said he was the only boy she ever cared about, and so it kind of comforts her to pray for him." "Well, fiddly-dee," said Scarlett, a very small dart of jealousy entering her. She looked curiously at this lanky man, with his bony, stooped shoulders, his pinkish hair and calm, unwavering eyes. So he knew things about her own family which she had not troubled to discover. So that was why Corinne mooned about, praying all the time. Well, she'd get over it. Lots of girls got over dead sweethearts. Yes, dead husbands, too. She'd certainly gotten over Charles. And she knew one girl in Atlanta who had been widowed 3 times by the war and was still able to take notice of men. She said as much to Will, but he shook his head. "Not Miss Corinne," he said with finality. Will was pleasant to talk to, because he had so little to say, and yet was so understanding a listener. She told him about her problems of weeding and hoeing and planting, of fattening the hogs and breeding the cows, and he gave good advice, for he had owned a small farm in South Georgia and 2 Negroes. He knew his slaves were free now, and the farm gone to weeds and seedling pines. His sister, his only relative, had moved to Texas with her husband years ago, and he was alone in the world. Yet none of these things seemed to bother him any more than the leg he had left in Virginia. Yes, Will was a comfort to Scarlett after hard days when the Negroes muttered and Sue Ellen nagged and cried, and Gerald asked too frequently where Ellen was. She could tell Will anything. She even told him of killing the Yankee and glowed with pride when he commented briefly, "Good work." Eventually, all the family found their way to Will's room to air their troubles. Even Mammy, who had at first been distant with him because he was not quality and had owned only 2 slaves. When he was able to totter about the house, he turned his hands to weaving baskets of split oak and mending the furniture ruined by the Yankees. He was clever at whittling, and Wade was constantly by his side, for he whittled out toys for him, the only toys the little boy had. With Will in the house, everyone felt safe in leaving Wade and the 2 babies while they went about their tasks, for he could care for them as deftly as Mammy, and only Melly surpassed him at soothing the screaming black and white babies. "You've been mighty good to me, Miss Scarlett," he said. "And me a stranger, and nothing to you all. I've caused you a heap of trouble and worry, and if it's all the same to you, I'm going to stay here and help you all with the work till I've paid you back some for your trouble. I can't ever pay it all, 'cause there ain't no payment a man can give for his life." So he stayed. And gradually, unobtrusively, a large part of the burden of Tara shifted from Scarlett's shoulders to the bony shoulders of Will Benteen. It was September, and time to pick the cotton. Will Benteen sat on the front steps at Scarlett's feet in the pleasant sunshine of the early autumn afternoon, and his flat voice went on and on languidly about the exorbitant costs of ginning the cotton at the new gin near Fayetteville. However, he had learned that day in Fayetteville that he could cut this expense a fourth by lending the horse and wagon for 2 weeks to the gin owner. He had delayed closing the bargain until he discussed it with Scarlett. She looked at the lank figure leaning against the porch column, chewing a straw. Undoubtedly, as Mammy frequently declared, Will was something the Lord had provided, and Scarlett often wondered how Tara could have lived through the last few months without him. He never had much to say, never displayed any energy, never seemed to take much interest in anything that went on about him. But he knew everything about everybody at Tara. And he did things. He did them silently, patiently and competently. Though he had only 1 leg, he could work faster than Pork. And he could get work out of Pork, which was to Scarlett a marvelous thing. When the cow had the colic and the horse fell ill with a mysterious ailment which threatened to remove him permanently from them, Will sat up nights with them and saved them. That he was a shrewd trader brought him Scarlett's respect, for he could ride out in the mornings with a bushel or 2 of apples, sweet potatoes, and other vegetables, and return with seeds, lengths of cloth, flour, and other necessities which she knew she could never have acquired, good trader though she was. He had gradually slipped into the status of a member of the family, and slept on a cot in the little dressing-room off Gerald's room. He said nothing of leaving Tara, and Scarlett was careful not to question him, fearful that he might leave them. Sometimes she thought that if he were anybody and had any gumption he would go home, even if he no longer had a home. But even with this thought, she would pray fervently that he would remain indefinitely. It was so convenient to have a man about the house. She thought, too, that if Corinne had the sense of a mouse, she would see that Will cared for her. Scarlett would have been eternally grateful to Will had he asked her for Corinne's hand. Of course, before the war, Will would certainly not have been an eligible suitor. He was not of the planter class at all, though he was not poor white. He was just plain Cracker, a small farmer, half-educated. prone to grammatical errors and ignorant of some of the finer manners the O'Haras were accustomed to in gentlemen. In fact, Scarlett wondered if he could be called a gentleman at all, and decided that he couldn't. Melanie hotly defended him, saying that anyone who had Will's kind heart and thoughtfulness of others was of gentle birth. Scarlett knew that Ellen would have fainted at the thought of a daughter of hers marrying such a man, but now Scarlett had been by necessity forced too far away from Ellen's teachings to let that worry her. Men were scarce. Girls had to marry someone, and Tara had to have a man. But Corinne, deeper and deeper immersed in her prayer book, and every day losing more of her touch with the world of realities, treated Will as gently as a brother, and took him as much for granted as she did pork. If Corinne had any sense of gratitude to me for what I've done for her, she'd marry him and not let him get away from here, Scarlett thought indignantly. But no, she must spend her time mooning about a silly boy who probably never gave her a serious thought. So Will remained at Tara. For what reason, she didn't know. And she found his businesslike man-to-man attitude with her both pleasant and helpful. He was gravely deferential to the vague Gerald, but it was to Scarlett that he turned as the real head of the house. She gave her approval to the plan of hiring out the horse, even though it meant the family would be without any means of transportation temporarily. Sue Ellen would be especially grieved at this. Her greatest joy lay in going to Jonesboro or Fayetteville with Will when he drove over on business. Adorned in the assembled best of the family, she called on old friends, heard all the gossip of the county, and felt herself again Miss O'Hara of Tara. Sue Ellen never missed the opportunity to leave the plantation and give herself airs among people who didn't know she weeded the garden and made beds. Miss Fine Airs will just have to do without gadding for 2 weeks, thought Scarlett. And we'll have to put up with her nagging and her bawling. Melanie joined them on the veranda, the baby in her arms, and spreading an old blanket on the floor, set little Bo down to crawl. Since Ashley's letter, Melanie had divided her time between glowing, singing happiness and anxious longing. But happy or depressed, she was too thin, too white. She did her share of the work uncomplainingly, but she was always ailing. Old Dr. Fontaine diagnosed her trouble as female complaint, and concurred with Dr. Meade in saying she should never have had Bo. And he said frankly that another baby would kill her. "When I was over to Fayetteville today," said Will, "I found something right cute that I thought would interest you ladies, and I brought it home." He fumbled in his back pants pocket and brought out the wallet of calico stiffened with bark, which Corinne had made him. From it, he drew a Confederate bill. "If you think Confederate money is cute, Will, I certainly don't," said Scarlett shortly, for the very sight of Confederate money made her mad. "We've got $3,000 of it in Pa's trunk this minute, and Mammy's after me to let her paste it over the holes in the attic wall so the draft won't get her, and I think I'll do it. Then it'll be good for something." "Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay," said Melanie with a sad smile. "Don't do that, Scarlett. Keep it for Wade. He'd be proud of it some day." "Well, I don't know nothing about Imperious Caesar," said Will patiently. "But what I've got is in line with what you've just said about Wade, Miss Mellie. It's a poem, pasted on back of this bill. I know Miss Scarlett ain't much on poems, but I thought this might interest her." He turned the bill over. On its back was pasted a strip of coarse brown wrapping paper, inscribed in pale, homemade ink. Will cleared his throat and read slowly and with difficulty. "The name is Lines on the Back of a Confederate Note," he said. representing nothing on God's earth now, and not in the waters below it. As the pledge of a nation that's passed away, keep it, dear friend, and show it. Show it to those who will lend an ear to the tale this trifle will tell, of liberty, born of patriots' dream, of a storm-cradled nation that fell. Oh, how beautiful, how touching, cried Melanie. Scarlett, you mustn't give the money to Mammy to paste in the attic. It's more than paper, just like the poem said, the pledge of a nation that's passed away. Oh, Melly, don't be sentimental. Paper is paper, and we've got little enough of it. And I'm tired of hearing Mammy grumble about the cracks in the attic. I hope when Wade grows up I'll have plenty of greenbacks to give him instead of Confederate trash. Will, who had been enticing little Bo across the blanket with a bill during this argument, looked up and, shading his eyes, glanced down the driveway. "More company," he said, squinting in the sun. "Another soldier." Scarlett followed his gaze and saw a familiar sight. A bearded man coming slowly up the avenue under the cedars. A man clad in a ragged mixture of blue and gray uniforms, head bowed tiredly, feet dragging slowly. "I thought we were about through with soldiers," she said. "I hope this one isn't very hungry." "He'll be hungry," said Will briefly. Melanie rose. "I'd better tell Dilsey to set an extra plate," she said, "and warn Mammy not to get the poor thing's clothes off his back too abruptly, and—" She stopped so suddenly that Scarlett turned to look at her. Melanie's thin hand was at her throat, clutching it as if it was torn with pain, and Scarlett could see the veins beneath the white skin throbbing swiftly. Her face went whiter, and her brown eyes dilated enormously. "She's going to faint," thought Scarlett, leaping to her feet and catching her arm. But in an instant, Melanie threw off her hand and was down the steps. Down the gravelled path she flew, skimming lightly as a bird, her faded skirt streaming behind her, her arms outstretched. Then Scarlett knew the truth with the impact of a blow. She reeled back against an upright of the porch as the man lifted a face covered with a dirty blonde beard and stopped still, looking toward the house as if he was too weary to take another step. Her heart leaped and stopped, and then began racing, as Melly, with incoherent cries, threw herself into the dirty soldier's arms, and his head bent down toward hers. With rapture, Scarlett took 2 running steps forward, but was checked when Will's hand closed upon her skirt. "Don't spoil it," he said quietly. "Turn me loose, you fool! Turn me loose! It's Ashley!" He did not relax his grip. "After all, he's her husband, ain't he?" Will asked calmly, and, looking down at him, in a confusion of joy and impotent fury, Scarlett saw in the quiet depths of his eyes understanding and pity. Part 4. Chapter 31. On a cold January afternoon in 1866, Scarlett sat in the office writing a letter to Aunt Pitty, explaining in detail for the 10th time why neither she, Melanie, nor Ashley could come back to Atlanta to live with her. She wrote impatiently because she knew Aunt Pitty would read no farther than the opening lines, and then write her again, wailing, "But I'm afraid to live by myself." Her hands were chilled, and she paused to rub them together and to scuff her feet deeper into the strip of old quilting wrapped about them. The soles of her slippers were practically gone, and were reinforced with pieces of carpet. The carpet kept her feet off the floor, but did little to keep them warm. That morning Will had taken the horse to Jonesboro to get him shod. Scarlett thought grimly that things were indeed at a pretty pass, when horses had shoes and people's feet were as bare as yard dogs. She picked up her quill to resume her writing, but laid it down when she heard Will coming in at the back door. She heard the thump-thump of his wooden leg in the hall outside the office, and then he stopped. She waited for a moment for him to enter, and when he made no move, she called to him. He came in, his ears red from the cold, his pinkish hair awry, and stood looking down at her, a faintly humorous smile on his lips. "Miss Scarlett," he questioned, "just how much cash money have you got?" "Are you going to try to marry me for my money, Will?" she asked somewhat crossly. "No, ma'am. I just wanted to know." She stared at him inquiringly. Will didn't look serious, but then he never looked serious. However, she felt that something was wrong. "I've got $10 in gold," she said. "The last of that Yankees money." "Well, ma'am, that won't be enough." "Enough for what?" "Enough for the taxes," he answered, and stumping over to the fireplace, he leaned down and held his red hands to the blaze. "Taxes?" she repeated. "Name of God, Will! We've already paid the taxes." "Yes'm. But they say you didn't pay enough. I heard about it today over to Jonesboro." "But, Will, I can't understand. What do you mean?" "Miss Scarlett, I sure hate to bother you with more trouble when you've had your share, but I've got to tell you. They say you ought to pay lots more taxes than you did. They're running the assessment up on Tara sky high, higher than any in the county, I'll be bound." "But they can't make us pay more taxes when we've already paid them once." "Miss Scarlett, you don't never go to Jonesboro often, and I'm glad you don't. It ain't no place for a lady these days. But if you'd been there much, you'd know there's a mighty rough bunch of scallywags and Republicans and carpetbaggers been running things recently. They'd make you mad enough to pop. And then, too, niggers pushing white folks off the sidewalks and—" "But what's that got to do with our taxes?" "I'm getting to it, Miss Scarlett. For some reason, the rascals have hoisted the taxes on Tara till you'd think it was a 1,000-bale place. After I heard about it, I sort of oozed round the barrooms picking up gossip, and I found out that somebody wants to buy in Tara cheap, at the sheriff's sale, if you can't pay the extra taxes. And everybody knows pretty well that you can't pay them. I don't know yet who it is wants this place. I couldn't find out. But I think that pusillanimous feller, Hilton, that married Miss Kathleen knows, 'cause he laughed kind of nasty when I tried to sound him out." Will sat down on the sofa and rubbed the stump of his leg. It ached in cold weather, and the wooden peg was neither well-padded nor comfortable. Scarlett looked at him wildly. His manner was so casual when he was sounding the death knell of Tara. Sold out at the sheriff's sale? Where would they all go? And Tara belonging to someone else? No, that was unthinkable. She had been so engrossed with the job of making Tara produce, she had paid little heed to what was going on in the world outside. Now that she had Will and Ashley to attend to whatever business she might have in Jonesboro and Fayetteville, she seldom left the plantation. And even as she had listened with deaf ears to her father's war talk in the days before the war came, so she had paid little heed to Will and Ashley's discussions around the table after supper about the beginnings of Reconstruction. Oh, of course she knew about the scallywags, Southerners who had turned Republican very profitably, and the carpetbaggers, those Yankees who came south like buzzards after the surrender, with all their worldly possessions in one carpet bag. and she had had a few unpleasant experiences with the Freedmen's Bureau. She had gathered also that some of the free Negroes were getting quite insolent. This last she could hardly believe, for she had never seen an insolent Negro in her life. But there were many things which Will and Ashley had conspired to keep from her. The scourge of war had been followed by the worse scourge of Reconstruction. But the two men had agreed not to mention the more alarming details when they discussed the situation at home. And when Scarlett took the trouble to listen to them at all, most of what they said went in one ear and out the other. She had heard Ashley say that the South was being treated as a conquered province, and that vindictiveness was the dominant policy of the conquerors. But that was the kind of statement which meant less than nothing at all to Scarlett. Politics was men's business. She had heard Will say it looked to him like the North just wasn't aiming to let the South get on its feet again. Well, thought Scarlett, men always had to have something foolish to worry about. As far as she was concerned, the Yankees hadn't whipped her once, and they wouldn't do it this time. The thing to do was to work like the devil and stop worrying about the Yankee government. After all, the war was over. Scarlett didn't realize that all the rules of the game had been changed, and that honest labor could no longer earn its just reward. Georgia was virtually under martial law now. The Yankee soldiers garrisoned throughout the section, and the Freedmen's Bureau were in complete command of everything, and they were fixing the rules to suit themselves. This bureau, organized by the federal government to take care of the idle and excited ex-slaves, was drawing them from the plantations into the villages and cities by the thousands. The bureau fed them while they loafed and poisoned their minds against their former owners. Gerald's old overseer, Jonas Wilkerson, was in charge of the local bureau, and his assistant was Hilton, Kathleen Calvert's husband. These two industriously spread the rumor that the Southerners and Democrats were just waiting for a good chance to put the Negroes back into slavery, and that the Negroes' only hope of escaping this fate was the protection given them by the Bureau and the Republican Party. Wilkerson and Hilton furthermore told the Negroes they were as good as the whites in every way, and soon white and Negro marriages would be permitted. Soon the estates of their former owners would be divided, and every Negro would be given 40 acres and a mule for his own. They kept the Negroes stirred up with tales of cruelty perpetrated by the whites, and in a section long famed for the affectionate relations between slaves and slave owners, hate and suspicion began to grow. The Bureau was backed up by the soldiers, and the military had issued many and conflicting orders governing the conduct of the conquered. It was easy to get arrested, even for snubbing the officials of the Bureau. Military orders had been promulgated concerning the schools, sanitation, the kind of buttons one wore on one's suit, the sale of commodities, and nearly everything else. Wilkerson and Hilton had the power to interfere in any trade Scarlett might make, and to fix their own prices on anything she sold or swapped. Fortunately, Scarlett had come into contact with the two men very little, for Will had persuaded her to let him handle the trading while she managed the plantation. In his mild-tempered way, Will had straightened out several difficulties of this kind and said nothing to her about them. Will could get along with carpetbaggers and Yankees if he had to. But now a problem had arisen which was too big for him to handle. The extra tax assessment and the danger of losing Tara were matters Scarlett had to know about, and right away. She looked at him with flashing eyes. "Oh, damn the Yankees!" she cried. "Isn't it enough that they've licked us and beggared us without turning loose scoundrels on us?" The war was over. Peace had been declared. But the Yankees could still rob her. They could still starve her. They could still drive her from her house. And fool that she was, She had thought through weary months that if she could just hold on until spring, everything would be all right. This crushing news brought by Will, coming on top of a year of back-breaking work and hope deferred, was the last straw. "Oh, Will, I thought our troubles were all over when the war ended." "No." Will raised his lantern-jawed, country-looking face and gave her a long, steady look. "Our troubles are just getting started." "How much extra taxes do they want us to pay?" $300. She was struck dumb for a moment. $300? It might just as well be $3 million. "Why," she floundered, Why, then we've got to raise 300 somehow." "Yes'm. And a rainbow and a moon or two." "Oh, but, Will, they couldn't sell out Tara. Why—" His mild, pale eyes showed more hate and bitterness than she thought possible. "Oh, couldn't they? Well, they could, and they will, and they'll like doing it. Miss Scarlett, the country's gone plumb to hell, if you'll pardon me. Those carpetbaggers and scallywags can vote, and most of us Democrats can't. Can't no Democrat in this state vote if he was on the tax books for more than $2,000.65. That lets out folks like your pa and Mr. Tarleton and the McRaes and the Fontaine boys. Can't nobody vote who was a colonel and over in the war. And, Miss Scarlett, I bet this state's got more colonels than any state in the Confederacy. And can't nobody vote who held office under the Confederate government, and that lets out everybody from the notaries to the judges. And the woods are full of folks like that. The fact is, the way the Yankees have framed up that amnesty oath, can't nobody who was somebody before the war vote at all. Not the smart folks, nor the quality folks, nor the rich folks." "Huh. I could vote if I took the damned oath. I didn't have any money in '65, and I certainly weren't a colonel, nor nothing remarkable. But I ain't going to take the oath, not by a dinged sight. If the Yankees had acted right, I'd have taken the oath of allegiance, but I ain't now. I can be restored to the Union, but I can't be reconstructed into it. I ain't going to take the oath even if I don't never vote again. But scum like that Hilton fella, he can vote, and scoundrels like Jonas Wilkerson, and poor whites like the Slatterys, and no-counts like the McIntoshes, they can vote. And they're running things now. And if they want to come down on you for extra taxes a dozen times, they can do it. Just like a nigger can kill a white man and not get hung or—" He paused, embarrassed, and the memory of what had happened to a lone white woman on an isolated farm near Lovejoy was in both their minds. Those niggers can do anything against us, and the Freedmen's Bureau and the soldiers will back them up with guns, and we can't vote or do nothing about it. "Vote!" she cried. "Vote? What on earth has voting got to do with all this, Will? It's taxes we're talking about. Well, everybody knows what a good plantation Tara is. We could mortgage it for enough to pay the taxes if we had to." "Miss Scarlett, you ain't any fool, but sometimes you talk like one. Who's got any money to lend you on this property? Who except the carpetbaggers who are trying to take Tara away from you? Why, everybody's got land. Everybody's land poor. You can't give away land." "I've got those diamond earbobs I got off that Yankee. We could sell them." "Miss Scarlett, who round here has got money for earbobs? Folks ain't got money to buy side meat, let alone gewgaws. If you've got $10 in gold, I'll take oath that's more than most folks have got." They were silent again, and Scarlett felt as if she were butting her head against a stone. "What are we going to do, Miss Scarlett?" "I don't know," she said dully, and felt that she didn't care. This was one stone wall too many, and she suddenly felt so tired that her bones ached. Why should she work and struggle and wear herself out? At the end of every struggle, it seemed that defeat was waiting to mock her. "I don't know," she said. "But don't let Paul know. It might worry him." "I won't." "Have you told anyone?" "No, I came right to you." Yes, she thought. Everyone always came right to her with bad news, and she was tired of it. "Where's Mr. Wilkes? Perhaps he'll have some suggestion." Will turned his mild gaze on her, and she felt, as from the first day when Ashley came home, that he knew everything. "He's down in the orchard splitting rails. I heard his axe when I was putting up the horse. But he ain't got any money any more than we have." "If I want to talk to him about it, I can, can't I?" she snapped, rising to her feet and kicking the fragment of quilting from her ankles. Will didn't take offense, but continued rubbing his hands before the flame. "Better get your shawl, Miss Scarlet. It's raw outside." But she went without the shawl, for it was upstairs, and her need to see Ashley and lay her troubles before him was too urgent to wait. How lucky for her if she could find him alone. Never once since his return had she had a private word with him. Always the family clustered about him. Always Melanie was by his side, touching his sleeve now and again, to reassure herself he was really there. The sight of that happy, possessive gesture had aroused in Scarlet all the jealous animosity which had slumbered during the months when she had thought Ashley probably dead. Now she was determined to see him alone. This time, no one was going to prevent her from talking with him alone. She went through the orchard under the bare boughs, and the damp weeds beneath them wet her feet. She could hear the sound of the axe ringing as Ashley split into rails the logs hauled from the swamp. Replacing the fences the Yankees had so blithely burned was a long, hard task. Everything was a long, hard task, she thought wearily, as she was tired of it, tired and mad and sick of it all. If only Ashley were her husband instead of Melanie's, how sweet it would be to go to him and lay her head upon his shoulder and cry, and shove her burdens onto him, to work out as best he might. She rounded a thicket of pomegranate trees, which were shaking bare limbs in the cold wind, and saw him leaning on his axe, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. He was wearing the remains of his butternut trousers, and one of Gerald's shirts, a shirt which in better times went only to court days and barbecues, a ruffled shirt, which was far too short for its present owner. He had hung his coat on a tree limb, for the work was hot, and he stood resting as she came up to him. At the sight of Ashley in rags, with an axe in his hand, her heart went out in a surge of love and of fury at fate. She couldn't bear to see him in tatters working, her debonair, immaculate Ashley. His hands were not made for work, or his body for anything but broadcloth and fine linen. God intended him to sit in a great house, talking with pleasant people, playing the piano and writing things which sounded beautiful and made no sense whatsoever. She could endure the sight of her own child in aprons made of sacking, and the girls in dingy old gingham, could bear it that Will worked harder than any field hand, but not Ashley. He was too fine for all this, too infinitely dear to her. She would rather split logs herself than suffer while he did it. "They say Abe Lincoln got his start splitting rails," he said as she came up to him. Just think to what heights I may climb." She frowned. He was always saying light things like this about their hardships. They were deadly serious matters to her, and sometimes she was almost irritated at his remarks. Abruptly, she told him Will's news, tersely and in short words, feeling a sense of relief as she spoke. Surely he'd have something helpful to offer. He said nothing, but, seeing her shiver, he took his coat and placed it about her shoulders. "Well," she said finally, "doesn't it occur to you that we'll have to get the money somewhere?" "Yes," he said. "But where?" "I'm asking you," she replied, annoyed. The sense of relief at unburdening herself had disappeared. Even if he couldn't help, why didn't he say something comforting? Even if it was only, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He smiled. "In all these months since I've been home, I've only heard of one person, Rhett Butler, who actually has money," he said. Aunt Pittypat had written Melanie the week before that Rhett was back in Atlanta, with a carriage and 2 fine horses and pocketfuls of greenbacks. She had intimated, however, that he didn't come by them honestly. Aunt Pitty had a theory, largely shared by Atlanta, that Rhett had managed to get away with the mythical millions of the Confederate treasury. "Don't let's talk about him," said Scarlett shortly. "He's a skunk if ever there was one. What's to become of us all?" Ashley put down the axe and looked away, and his eyes seemed to be journeying to some far-off country where she could not follow. "I wonder," he said. "I wonder not only what will become of us at Tara, but what will become of everybody in the South." She felt like snapping out abruptly, "To hell with everybody in the South! What about us?" But she remained silent, because the tired feeling was back on her more strongly than ever. Ashley wasn't being any help at all. In the end, what will happen will be what has happened whenever a civilization breaks up. The people who have brains and courage come through, and the ones who haven't are winnowed out. At least, it has been interesting, if not comfortable, to witness a Götterdämmerung. "A what?" "A dusk of the gods. Unfortunately, we Southerners did think we were gods." "For heaven's sake, Ashley Wilkes, don't stand there and talk nonsense at me when it's us who are going to be winnowed out." Something of her exasperated weariness seemed to penetrate his mind, calling it back from its wanderings, for he raised her hands with tenderness and, turning them palm up, looked at the calluses. "These are the most beautiful hands I know," he said, and he kissed each palm lightly. "They're beautiful because they're strong, and every callus is a medal, Scarlett. Every blister an award for bravery and unselfishness. They've been roughened for all of us, your father, the girls, Melanie, the baby, the Negroes, and for me. My dear, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, here stands an impractical fool talking tommyrot about dead gods when living people are in danger. Isn't that true?" She nodded, wishing he would keep on holding her hands forever, but he dropped them. "And you came to me hoping I could help you." "Well, I can't." His eyes were bitter as he looked toward the axe and the pile of logs. "My home is gone, and all the money that I so took for granted I never realized I had it. And I am fitted for nothing in this world, for the world I belonged in has gone. I can't help you, Scarlett, except by learning with as good grace as possible to be a clumsy farmer. And that won't keep Tara for you. Don't you think I realize the bitterness of our situation, living here on your charity? Oh, yes, Scarlet, your charity. I can never repay you what you've done for me, and for mine out of the kindness of your heart. I realize it more acutely every day. And every day I see more clearly how helpless I am to cope with what has come on us all. Every day, my accursed shrinking from realities makes it harder for me to face the new realities. Do you know what I mean? She nodded. She had no very clear idea what he meant, but she clung breathlessly on his words. This was the first time he had ever spoken to her of the things he was thinking when he seemed so remote from her. It excited her, as if she were on the brink of a discovery. It's a curse, this not wanting to look on naked realities. Until the war, life was never more real to me than a shadow show on a curtain, and I preferred it so. I do not like the outlines of things to be too sharp. I like them gently blurred, a little hazy. He stopped and smiled faintly, shivering a little as the cold wind went through his thin shirt. In other words, Scarlet, I'm a coward. His talk of shadow shows and hazy outlines conveyed no meaning to her, but his last words were in a language she could understand. She knew they were untrue. Cowardice was not in him. Every line of his slender body spoke of generations of brave and gallant men, and Scarlet knew his war record by heart. Why, that's not so. Would a coward have climbed on the cannon at Gettysburg and rallied the men? Would the general himself have written Melanie a letter about a coward? And that's not courage, he said tiredly. Fighting is like champagne. It goes to the heads of cowards as quickly as of heroes. Any fool can be brave on a battlefield when it's be brave or else be killed. I'm talking of something else. And my kind of cowardice is infinitely worse than if I had run the first time I heard a cannon fired. His words came slowly and with difficulty, as if it hurt to speak them, and he seemed to stand off and look with a sad heart at what he had said. Had any other man spoken so, Scarlet would have dismissed such protestations contemptuously as mock modesty and a bid for praise. But Ashley seemed to mean them, and there was a look in his eyes which eluded her, not fear, not apology, but the bracing to a strain which was inevitable and overwhelming. The wintry wind swept her damp ankles, and she shivered again, but her shiver was less from the wind than from the dread his words evoked in her heart. "But, Ashley, what are you afraid of?" "Oh, nameless things. Things which sound very silly when they are put into words. Mostly of having life suddenly become too real, of being brought into too personal contact with some of the simple facts of life. It isn't that I mind splitting logs here in the mud, but I do mind what it stands for. I do mind very much the loss of the beauty of the old life I loved. Scarlet, before the war, life was beautiful. There was a glamour to it, a perfection and a completeness and a symmetry to it, like Grecian art. Maybe it wasn't so to everyone. I know that now. But to me, living at 12 Oaks, there was a real beauty to living. I belonged in that life. I was a part of it. And now it's gone, and I am out of place in this new life, and I am afraid. Now I know that in the old days it was a shadow show I watched. I avoided everything which was not shadowy, people and situations which were too real, too vital. I resented their intrusion. I tried to avoid you too, Scarlet. You were too full of living and too real, and I was cowardly enough to prefer shadows and dreams. But, Melanie is the gentlest of dreams, and a part of my dreaming. And if the war had not come, I would have lived out my life happily buried at 12 Oaks, contentedly watching life go by and never being a part of it. But when the war came, life as it really is thrust itself against me. The first time I went into action, it was at Bull Run, you remember. I saw my boyhood friends blown to bits and heard dying horses scream and learned the sickeningly horrible feeling of seeing men crumple up and spit blood when I shot them. But those weren't the worst things about the war, Scarlett. The worst thing about the war was the people I had to live with. I'd sheltered myself from people all my life. I had carefully selected my few friends. But the war taught me I had created a world of my own with dream people in it. It taught me what people really are. But it didn't teach me how to live with them. And I'm afraid I'll never learn. Now I know that in order to support my wife and child, I will have to make my way among a world of people with whom I have nothing in common. You, Scarlett, are taking life by the horns and twisting it to your will. But where do I fit in the world anymore? I tell you, I'm afraid. While his low, resonant voice went on desolate, with a feeling she could not understand, Scarlett clutched at words here and there, trying to make sense of them. But the words swooped from her hands like wild birds. Something was driving him with a cruel goad, but she did not understand what it was. Scarlett, I don't know just when it was that the bleak realization came over me that my own private shadow show was over. Perhaps in the first 5 minutes at Bull Run when I saw the first man I killed drop to the ground. But I knew it was over, and I could no longer be a spectator. No, I suddenly found myself on the curtain, an actor, posturing and making futile gestures. My little inner world was gone, invaded by people whose thoughts were not my thoughts, whose actions were as alien as a Hottentot's. They'd tramped through my world with slimy feet, and there was no place left where I could take refuge when things became too bad to stand. When I was in prison, I thought, when the war is over, I can go back to the old life and the old dreams and watch the shadow show again. But, Scarlett, there's no going back. And this which is facing all of us now is worse than war and worse than prison, and to me, worse than death. So you see, Scarlett, I'm being punished for being afraid. But Ashley, she began, floundering in a quagmire of bewilderment. If you're afraid we'll starve, why, oh, Ashley will manage somehow. I know we will. For a moment, his eyes came back to her, wide and crystal gray, and there was admiration in them. Then suddenly they were remote again, and she knew with a sinking heart that he had not been thinking about starving. They were always like two people talking to each other in different languages. But she loved him so much that when he withdrew, as he had now done, it was like the warm sun going down and leaving her in chilly twilight dews. She wanted to catch him by the shoulders and hug him to her, make him realize that she was flesh and blood and not something he had read or dreamed. If she could only feel that sense of oneness with him, for which she had yearned since that day so long ago when he had come home from Europe and stood on the steps of Tara and smiled up at her. "Starving's not pleasant," he said. "I know, for I've starved, but I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid of facing life without the slow beauty of our old world that is gone." Scarlett thought despairingly that Melanie would know what he meant. Mellie and he were always talking such foolishness. Poetry and books and dreams and moon rays and stardust. He was not fearing the things she feared. Not the gnawing of an empty stomach, nor the keenness of the winter wind, nor eviction from terror. He was shrinking before some fear she had never known and could not imagine. For in God's name, what was there to fear in this wreck of a world but hunger and cold and the loss of home? And she had thought that if she listened closely, she would know the answer to Ashley. "Oh," she said, and the disappointment in her voice was that of a child who opens a beautifully wrapped package to find it empty. At her tone, he smiled ruefully as though apologizing. "Forgive me, Scarlett, for talking so. I can't make you understand because you don't know the meaning of fear. You have the heart of a lion and an utter lack of imagination, and I envy you both of those qualities. You'll never mind facing realities, and you'll never want to escape from them, as I do." Escape? It was as if that were the only understandable word he had spoken. Ashley, like her, was tired of the struggle, and he wanted to escape. Her breath came fast. "Oh, Ashley," she cried, "you're wrong. I do want to escape, too. I'm so very tired of it all." His eyebrows went up in disbelief, and she laid a hand, feverish and urgent, on his arm. "Listen to me," she began swiftly, the words tumbling out one over the other. "I'm tired of it all, I tell you. Bone tired. And I'm not going to stand it any longer. I've struggled for food and for money, and I've weeded and hoed and picked cotton, and I've even plowed until I can't stand it another minute. I tell you, Ashley, the South is dead. It's dead. The Yankees and the free niggers and the carpetbaggers have got it, and there's nothing left for us. Ashley, let's run away." He peered at her sharply, lowering his head to look into her face, now flaming with color. "Yes, let's run away. Leave them all. I'm tired of working for the folks. Somebody will take care of them. There's always somebody who takes care of people who can't take care of themselves. Oh, Ashley, let's run away, you and I. We could go to Mexico. They want officers in the Mexican army, and we could be so happy there. I'd work for you, Ashley. I'd do anything for you. You know you don't love Melanie." He started to speak, a stricken look on his face, but she stemmed his words with a torrent of her own. "You told me you loved me better than her that day. Oh, you remember that day? And I know you haven't changed. I can tell you haven't changed. And you've just said she was nothing but a dream. Oh, Ashley, let's go away. I could make you so happy. And anyway," she added venomously, "Melanie can't. Dr. Fontaine said she couldn't ever have any more children, and I could give you—" His hands were on her shoulders so tightly that they hurt, and she stopped, breathless. "We were to forget that day at 12 Oaks. "Do you think I could ever forget it? Have you forgotten it? Can you honestly say you don't love me?" He drew a deep breath and answered quickly, "No, I don't love you." "That's a lie." "Even if it is a lie," said Ashley, and his voice was deadly quiet, "it is not something which can be discussed." "You mean, do you think I could go off and leave Melanie and the baby, even if I hated them both? Break Melanie's heart? Leave them both to the charity of friends? Scarlett, are you mad? Isn't there any sense of loyalty in you? You couldn't leave your father and the girls. They're your responsibility, just as Melanie and Beau are mine, and whether you're tired or not, they are here, and you've got to bear them." "I could leave them. I'm sick of them, tired of them." He leaned toward her, and for a moment she thought with a catch at her heart that he was going to take her in his arms. But instead he patted her arm, and spoke as one comforting a child. I know you're sick and tired. That's why you're talking this way. You've carried the load of 3 men. But I'm going to help you. I won't always be so awkward. There's only one way you can help me, she said dully. And that's to take me away from here and give us a new start somewhere with a chance for happiness. There's nothing to keep us here. Nothing, he said quietly. Nothing except honor. She looked at him with baffled longing and saw, as if for the first time, how the crescents of his lashes were the thick, rich gold of ripe wheat. How proudly his head sat upon his bared neck, and how the look of race and dignity persisted in his slim, erect body even through its grotesque rags. Her eyes met his, hers naked with pleading, his remote as mountain lakes under gray skies. She saw in them defeat of her wild dream, her mad desires. Heartbreak and weariness sweeping over her, she dropped her head in her hands and cried. He had never seen her cry. He had never thought that women of her strong metal had tears, and a flood of tenderness and remorse swept him. He came to her swiftly and in a moment had her in his arms, cradling her comfortingly, pressing her black head to his heart, whispering, "Dear, my brave dear, don't. You mustn't cry." At his touch, he felt her change within his grip, and there was madness and magic in the slim body he held, and a hot, soft glow in the green eyes which looked up at him. Of a sudden, it was no longer bleak winter. For Ashley, spring was back again, that half-forgotten balmy spring of green rustlings and murmurings, a spring of ease and indolence, careless days when the desires of youth were warm in his body. The bitter years since then fell away, and he saw that the lips turned up to his were red and trembling, and he kissed her. There was a curious low roaring sound in her ears, as of seashells held against them, and through the sound she dimly heard the swift thudding of her heart. Her body seemed to melt into his, and for a timeless time they stood fused together as his lips took hers hungrily, as if he could never have enough. When he suddenly released her, she felt that she could not stand alone and gripped the fence for support. She raised eyes blazing with love and triumph to him. "You do love me. You do love me. Say it. Say it." His hands still rested on her shoulders, and she felt them tremble and loved their trembling. She leaned toward him ardently, but he held her away from him, looking at her with eyes from which all remoteness had fled, eyes tormented with struggle and despair. "Don't," he said. "Don't. If you do, I shall take you now, here." She smiled a bright, hot smile which was forgetful of time or place or anything but the memory of his mouth on hers. Suddenly he shook her until her black hair tumbled down about her shoulders, shook her as if in a mad rage at her and at himself. "We won't do this," he said. "I tell you, we won't do it." It seemed as if her neck would snap if he shook her again. She was blinded by her hair and stunned by his action. She wrenched herself away and stared at him. There were small beads of moisture on his forehead, and his fists were curled into claws as if in pain. He looked at her directly, his gray eyes piercing. "It's all my fault, none of yours, and it will never happen again, because I am going to take Melanie and the baby and go." "Go?" she cried in anguish. "Oh, no!" "Yes, by God. Do you think I'll stay here after this, when this might happen again? But, Ashley, you can't go. Why should you go? You love me. You want me to say it? All right, I'll say it. I love you. He leaned over her with a sudden savagery which made her shrink back against the fence. I love you. Your courage and your stubbornness and your fire and your utter ruthlessness. How much do I love you? Much that a moment ago I would have outraged the hospitality of the house which has sheltered me and my family, forgotten the best wife any man ever had, enough to take you here in the mud like a... She struggled with a chaos of thoughts, and there was a cold pain in her heart, as if an icicle had pierced it. She said haltingly, "If you felt like that, and didn't take me, then you don't love me." "I can never make you understand." They fell silent and looked at each other. Suddenly Scarlett shivered and saw, as if coming back from a long journey, that it was winter, and the fields were bare and harsh with stubble, and she was very cold. She saw, too, that the old, aloof face of Ashley, the one she knew so well, had come back, and it was wintry, too, and harsh with hurt and remorse. She would have turned and left him then, seeking the shelter of the house to hide herself, but she was too tired to move. Even speech was a labor and a weariness. "There's nothing left," she said at last. "Nothing left for me. Nothing to love. Nothing to fight for. You are gone, and Tara is going." He looked at her for a long space, and then, leaning, scooped up a small wad of red clay from the ground. "Yes, there is something left," he said. And the ghost of his old smile came back, the smile which mocked himself as well as her. "Something you love better than me, though you may not know it. You've still got Tara." He took her limp hand and pressed the damp clay into it, and closed her fingers about it. There was no fever in his hands now, nor in hers. She looked at the red soil for a moment, and it meant nothing to her. She looked at him, and realized dimly that there was an integrity of spirit in him which was not to be torn apart by her passionate hands, nor by any hands. If it killed him, he would never leave Melanie. If he burned for Scarlett until the end of his days, he would never take her, and he would fight to keep her at a distance. She would never again get through that armor. The words hospitality and loyalty and honor meant more to him than she did. The clay was cold in her hand, and she looked at it again. "Yes," she said. "I've still got this." At first, the words meant nothing, and the clay was only red clay. But unbidden came the thought of the sea of red dirt which surrounded Tara, and how very dear it was, and how hard she had fought to keep it, how hard she was going to have to fight if she wished to keep it hereafter. She looked at him again and wondered where the hot flood of feeling had gone. She could think, but could not feel. Not about him nor Tara either, for she was drained of all emotion. "You need not go," she said clearly. "I won't have you all starve, simply because I've thrown myself at your head. It will never happen again." She turned away and started back toward the house across the rough fields, twisting her hair into a knot upon her neck. Ashley watched her go, and saw her square her small, thin shoulders as she went, and that gesture went to his heart. more than any words, she had spoken. Chapter 32. She was still clutching the ball of red clay when she went up the front steps. She had carefully avoided the back entrance, for Mammy's sharp eyes would certainly have seen that something was greatly amiss. Scarlet didn't want to see Mammy or anyone else. She didn't feel that she could endure seeing anyone or talking to anyone again. She had no feeling of shame or disappointment or bitterness now, only a weakness of the knees and a great emptiness of heart. She squeezed the clay so tightly it ran out from her clenched fist, and she said over and over, parrot-like, "I've still got this. Yes, I've still got this." There was nothing else she did have. Nothing but this red land. This land she had been willing to throw away like a torn handkerchief only a few minutes before. Now it was dear to her again, and she wondered dully what madness had possessed her to hold it so lightly. Had Ashley yielded, she could have gone away with him and left family and friends without a backward look. But even in her emptiness, she knew it would have torn her heart to leave these dear red hills and long-washed gullies and gaunt black pines. Her thoughts would have turned back to them hungrily until the day she died. Not even Ashley could have filled the empty spaces in her heart where Tara had been uprooted. How wise Ashley was, and how well he knew her. He had only to press the damp earth into her hand to bring her to her senses. She was in the hall preparing to close the door when she heard the sound of horses' hooves and turned to look down the driveway. To have visitors at this, of all times, was too much. She'd hurry to her room and plead a headache. But when the carriage came nearer, her flight was checked by her amazement. It was a new carriage, shiny with varnish, and the harness was new, too, with bits of polished brass here and there. Strangers, certainly. No one she knew had the money for such a grand new turnout as this. She stood in the doorway watching, the cold draft blowing her skirts about her damp ankles. Then the carriage stopped in front of the house, and Jonas Wilkerson alighted. Scarlet was so surprised at the sight of their former overseer driving so fine a rig, and in so splendid a greatcoat, she could not for a moment believe her eyes. Will had told her he looked quite prosperous since he got his new job with the Freedmen's Bureau. Made a lot of money, Will said, swindling the niggers or the government, one or t'other, or confiscating folks' cotton and swearing it was Confederate government cotton. Certainly he never came by all that money honestly in these hard times. And here he was now, stepping out of an elegant carriage and handing down a woman dressed within an inch of her life. Scarlet saw in a glance that the dress was bright in color to the point of vulgarity, but nevertheless her eyes went over the outfit hungrily. It had been so long since she had even seen stylish new clothes. Well, so hoops aren't so wide this year, she thought, scanning the red plaid gown. And as she took in the black velvet paletot, how short jackets are! And what a cunning hat! Bonnets must be out of style, for this hat was only an absurd flat red velvet affair, perched on top of the woman's head like a stiffened pancake. The ribbons didn't tie under the chin as bonnet ribbons tied, but in the back, under the massive bunch of curls which fell from the rear of the hat, curls which Scarlet could not help noticing didn't match the woman's hair in either color or texture. As the woman stepped to the ground and looked toward the house, Scarlet saw there was something familiar about the rabbity face, caked with white powder. "Why, it's Emmy Slattery!" she cried, so surprised she spoke the words aloud. "Yes'm, it's me," said Emmy, tossing her head with an ingratiating smile and starting toward the steps. Emmy Slattery, the dirty tow-headed slut whose illegitimate baby Ellen had baptized. Emmy, who had given typhoid to Ellen and killed her. This overdressed, common, nasty piece of poor white trash was coming up the steps of Tara, bridling and grinning as if she belonged here. Scarlet thought of Ellen, and in a rush, feeling came back into the emptiness of her mind, a murderous rage so strong it shook her like the ague. "Get off those steps, you trashy wench!" she cried. "Get off this land! Get out!" Emmy's jaw sagged suddenly, and she glanced at Jonas, who came up with lowering brows. He made an effort at dignity despite his anger. "You must not speak that way to my wife," he said. "Wife?" said Scarlet, and burst into a laugh that was cutting with contempt. "High time you made her your wife. Who baptized your other brats after you killed my mother?" Emmy said, "Oh!" and retreated hastily down the steps. But Jonas stopped her flight toward the carriage with a rough grip on her arm. "We came out here to pay a call, a friendly call," he snarled, "and talk a little business with old friends." "Friends?" Scarlet's voice was like a whiplash. "When were we ever friends with the like of you? The Slatterys lived on our charity and paid it back by killing Mother. And you, Pa discharged you about Emmy's brat, and you know it. Friends? Get off this place before I call Mr. Benteen and Mr. Wilkes." Under the words, Emmy broke her husband's hold and fled for the carriage, scrambling in with a flash of patent leather boots with bright red tops and red tassels. Now Jonas shook with a fury equal to Scarlet's, and his sallow face was as red as an angry turkey gobbler's. "Still high and mighty, aren't you? Well, I know all about you. I know you haven't got shoes for your feet. I know your father's turned idiot. Get off this place!" "Oh, you won't sing that way very long. I know you're broke. I know you can't even pay your taxes. I came out here to offer to buy this place from you, to make you a right good offer. Emmy had a hankering to live here. But by God, I won't give you a cent now. You high-flying, bog-trotting Irish will find out who's running things around here when you get sold out for taxes, and I'll buy this place lock, stock, and barrel, furniture and all, and I'll live in it." So, it was Jonas Wilkerson who wanted Tara. Jonas and Emmy, who in some twisted way thought to even past slights by living in the home where they had been slighted. All her nerves hummed with hate, as they had hummed that day when she shoved the pistol barrel into the Yankee's bearded face and fired. She wished she had that pistol now. "I'll tear this house down stone by stone and burn it and sow every acre with salt before I see either of you put foot over this threshold," she shouted. "Get out, I tell you! Get out!" Jonas glared at her, started to say more, and then walked toward the carriage. He climbed in beside his whimpering wife and turned the horse. As they drove off, Scarlet had the impulse to spit at them. She did spit. She knew it was a common, childish gesture, but it made her feel better. She wished she had done it while they could see her. Those damned nigger lovers daring to come here and taunt her about her poverty. That hound never intended offering her a price for Tara. He just used that as an excuse to come and flaunt himself and Emmy in her face. The dirty scallywags, the lousy, trashy poor whites, boasting they would live at Tara. Then sudden terror struck her, and her rage melted. God's nightgown! They will come and live here, There was nothing she could do to keep them from buying Tara. Nothing to keep them from levying on every mirror and table and bed, on Ellen's shining mahogany and rosewood, and every bit of it precious to her, scarred though it was by the Yankee raiders. And the Robillard silver, too. I won't let them do it, thought Scarlett vehemently. No, not if I've got to burn the place down. Emmy Slattery will never set her foot on a single bit of flooring Mother ever walked on. She closed the door and leaned against it, and she was very frightened. More frightened even than she had been that day when Sherman's army was in the house. That day the worst she could fear was that Tara would be burned over her head. But this was worse. These low common creatures living in this house, bragging to their low common friends how they had turned the proud O'Haras out. Perhaps they'd even bring Negroes here to dine and sleep. Will had told her Jonas made a great to-do about being equal with the Negroes, ate with them, visited in their houses, rode them around with him in his carriage, put his arms around their shoulders. When she thought of the possibility of this final insult to Tara, her heart pounded so hard she could scarcely breathe. She was trying to get her mind on her problem, trying to figure some way out, but each time she collected her thoughts, fresh gusts of rage and fear shook her. There must be some way out. There must be someone somewhere who had money she could borrow. Money couldn't just dry up and blow away. Somebody had to have money. Then the laughing words of Ashley came back to her. Only one person, Rhett Butler, who has money. Rhett Butler. She walked quickly into the parlor and shut the door behind her. The dim gloom of drawn blinds and winter twilight closed about her. No one would think of hunting for her here, and she wanted time to think, undisturbed. The idea which had just occurred to her was so simple, she wondered why she hadn't thought of it before. I'll get the money from Rhett. I'll sell him the diamond earbobs, or I'll borrow the money from him and let him keep the earbobs till I can pay him back. For a moment, relief was so great she felt weak. She would pay the taxes and laugh in Jonas Wilkerson's face. But close on this happy thought came relentless knowledge. It's not only for this year that I'll need tax money. There's next year, and all the years of my life. If I pay up this time, they'll raise the taxes higher next time till they drive me out. If I make a good cotton crop, they'll tax it till I'll get nothing for it, or maybe confiscate it outright and say it's Confederate cotton. The Yankees and the scoundrels teamed up with them have got me where they want me. All my life, as long as I live, I'll be afraid they'll get me somehow. All my life, I'll be scared and scrambling for money and working myself to death, only to see my work go for nothing and my cotton stolen. Just borrowing $300 for the taxes will be only a stopgap. What I want is to get out of this fix for good, so I can go to sleep at night without worrying over what's going to happen to me tomorrow, and next month, and next year. Her mind ticked on steadily. Coldly and logically, an idea grew in her brain. She thought of Rhett, a flash of white teeth against swarthy skin, sardonic black eyes caressing her. She recalled the hot night in Atlanta, close to the end of the siege, when he sat on Aunt Pitty's porch, half hidden in the summer darkness. And she felt again the heat of his hand upon her arm as he said, "I want you more than I've ever wanted any woman. And I've waited longer for you than I've ever waited for any woman." "I'll marry him," she thought coolly. "And then I'll never have to bother about money again." Oh, blessed thought! Sweeter than hope of heaven, never to worry about money again, to know that Tara was safe, that the family was fed and clothed, that she would never again have to bruise herself against stone walls. She felt
very old. The afternoon's events had drained her of all feeling. First, the startling news about the taxes, then Ashley, and last, her murderous rage at Jonas Wilkerson. No, there was no emotion left in her. If all her capacity to feel had not been utterly exhausted, something in her would have protested against the plan taking form in her mind. For she hated Rhett as she hated no other person in all the world. But she could not feel. She could only think, and her thoughts were very practical. I said some terrible things to him that night when he deserted us on the road. But I can make him forget them, she thought contemptuously, still sure of her power to charm. Butter won't melt in my mouth when I'm around him. I'll make him think I always loved him and was just upset and frightened that night. Oh, men are so conceited they'll believe anything that flatters them. I must never let him dream what straits we're in, not till I've got him. Oh, he mustn't know. If he even suspected how poor we are, he'd know it was his money I wanted and not himself. After all, there's no way he could know, for even Aunt Pitty doesn't know the worst. And after I've married him, he'll have to help us. He can't let his wife's people starve. His wife, Mrs. Rhett Butler. Something of repulsion, buried deep beneath her cold thinking, stirred faintly, and then was stilled. She remembered the embarrassing and disgusting events of her brief honeymoon with Charles, his fumbling hands, his awkwardness, his incomprehensible emotions, and Wade Hampton. I won't think about it now. I'll bother about it after I've married him. After she had married him. Memory rang a bell. A chill went down her spine. She remembered again that night on Aunt Pitty's porch. Remembered how she asked him if he was proposing to her. Remembered how hatefully he had laughed and said, "My dear, I'm not a marrying man." Suppose he was still not a marrying man? Suppose, despite all her charms and wiles, he refused to marry her? Suppose... oh, terrible thought! Suppose he had completely forgotten about her and was chasing after some other woman? I want you more than I have ever wanted any woman. Scarlett's nails dug into her palms as she clenched her fists. If he's forgotten me, I'll make him remember me. I'll make him want me again. And if he wouldn't marry her, but still wanted her, there was a way to get the money. After all, he had once asked her to be his mistress. In the dim grayness of the parlor, she fought a quick, decisive battle with the three most binding ties of her soul: the memory of Ellen, the teachings of her religion, and her love for Ashley. She knew that what she had in her mind must be hideous to her mother, even in that warm, far-off heaven where she surely was. She knew that fornication was a mortal sin, and she knew that, loving Ashley as she did, her plan was doubly prostitution. But all these things went down before the merciless coldness of her mind and the goad of desperation. Ellen was dead, and perhaps death gave an understanding of all things. Religion forbade fornication on pain of hellfire, but if the church thought she was going to leave one stone unturned in saving Tara and saving the family from starving, well, let the church bother about that. She wouldn't. At least not now. And Ashley didn't want her. Yes, he did want her. The memory of his warm mouth on hers told her that. But he would never take her away with him. Strange that going away with Ashley didn't seem like a sin. But with Rhett... In the dull twilight of the winter afternoon she came to the end of the long road which had begun the night Atlanta fell. She had set her feet upon the road a spoiled, selfish, and untried girl, full of youth, warm of emotion, easily bewildered by life. Now, at the end of the road, there was nothing left of that girl. Hunger and hard labor, fear and constant strain, and the terrors of war and the terrors of Reconstruction had taken away all warmth and youth and softness. About the core of her being, a shell of hardness had formed, and little by little, layer by layer, the shell had thickened during the endless months. But until this very day, two hopes had been left to sustain her. She had hoped that the war being over, life would gradually resume its old face. She had hoped that Ashley's return would bring back some meaning into life. Now both hopes were gone. The sight of Jonas Wilkerson in the front walk of Tara had made her realize that for her, for the whole South, the war would never end. The bitterest fighting, the most brutal retaliations were just beginning. And Ashley was imprisoned forever by words which were stronger than any jail. Peace had failed her, and Ashley had failed her, both in the same day. And it was as if the last crevice in the shell had been sealed, the final layer hardened. She had become what Grandma Fontaine had counseled against, a woman who had seen the worst, and so had nothing else to fear. Not life, nor mother, nor loss of love, nor public opinion. Only hunger, and her nightmare dream of hunger could make her afraid. A curious sense of lightness, of freedom, pervaded her now that she had finally hardened her heart against all that bound her to the old days and the old Scarlet. She had made her decision, and thank God she wasn't afraid. She had nothing to lose, and her mind was made up. If she could only coax Rhett into marrying her, all would be perfect. But if she couldn't, well, she'd get the money just the same. For a brief moment she wondered with impersonal curiosity what would be expected of a mistress. Would Rhett insist on keeping her in Atlanta as people said he kept the Watling woman? If he made her stay in Atlanta, he'd have to pay well, pay enough to balance what her absence from Tara would be worth. Scarlet was very ignorant of the hidden side of men's lives, and had no way of knowing just what the arrangement might involve. And she wondered if she would have a baby. That would be distinctly terrible. I won't think of that now. I'll think of it later. And she pushed the unwelcome idea into the back of her mind, lest it shake her resolution. She'd tell the family tonight she was going to Atlanta to try to borrow money, to try to mortgage the farm if necessary. That would be all they needed to know until such an evil day when they might find out differently. With the thought of action, her head went up and her shoulders went back. This affair was not going to be easy, she knew. Formerly, it had been Rhett who asked for her favors, and she who held the power. Now she was the beggar, and a beggar in no position to dictate terms. But I won't go to him like a beggar. I'll go like a queen granting favors. He'll never know. She walked to the long pier glass and looked at herself, her head held high. And she saw framed in the cracking gilt molding a stranger. It was as if she were really seeing herself for the first time in a year. She had glanced in the mirror every morning to see that her face was clean and her hair tidy, but she had always been too pressed by other things to really see herself. But this stranger... Surely this thin, hollow-cheeked woman couldn't be Scarlett O'Hara. Scarlett O'Hara had a pretty, coquettish, high-spirited face. This face at which she stared was not pretty at all, and had none of the charm she remembered so well. It was white and strained, and the black brows above slanting green eyes swooped up startlingly against the white skin like frightened birds' wings. There was a hard and hunted look about this face. "I'm not pretty enough to get him," she thought. And desperation came back to her. "I'm thin. Oh, I'm terribly thin." She patted her cheeks, felt frantically at her collarbones, feeling them stand out through her basque. And her breasts were so small, almost as small as Melanie's. She'd have to put ruffles in her bosom to make them look larger. And she had always had contempt for girls who resorted to such subterfuges. Ruffles? That brought up another thought. Her clothes. She looked down at her dress, spreading its mended folds wide between her hands. Rhett liked women who were well-dressed, fashionably dressed. She remembered with longing the flounced green dress she had worn when she first came out of mourning, the dress she wore with a green plumed bonnet he had brought her, and she recalled the approving compliments he had paid her. She remembered, too, with hate sharpened by envy, the red plaid dress, the red-topped boots with tassels, and the pancake hat of Emmy Slattery. They were gaudy, but they were new and fashionable, and certainly they caught the eye. And oh, how she wanted to catch the eye, especially the eye of Rhett Butler. If he should see her in her old clothes, he'd know everything was wrong at Tara, and he must not know. What a fool she had been to think she could go to Atlanta and have him for the asking. She with her scrawny neck and hungry cat eyes and raggedy dress. If she hadn't been able to pry a proposal from him at the height of her beauty, when she had her prettiest clothes, how could she expect to get one now when she was ugly and dressed tackily? If Miss Pitty's story was true, he must have more money than anyone in Atlanta, and probably had his pick of all the pretty ladies, good and bad. Well, she thought grimly, I've got something that most pretty ladies haven't got. And that's a mind that's made up. And if I had just one nice dress. There wasn't a nice dress in Tara, or a dress which hadn't been turned twice and mended. That's that, she thought, disconsolately looking down at the floor. She saw Ellen's moss-green velvet carpet, now worn and scuffed and torn and spotted from the numberless men who had slept upon it, and the sight depressed her more, for it made her realize that Tara was just as ragged as she. The whole darkening room depressed her, and going to the window, she raised the sash, unlatched the shutters, and let the last light of the wintry sunset into the room. She closed the window and leaned her head against the velvet curtains and looked out across the bleak pasture toward the dark cedars of the burying ground. The moss-green velvet curtains felt prickly and soft beneath her cheek, and she rubbed her face against them gratefully, like a cat. A minute later, she was dragging a heavy marble-topped table across the floor, its rusty caster screeching in protest. She rolled the table under the window, gathered up her skirts, climbed on it, and tiptoed to reach the heavy curtain pole. It was almost out of her reach, and she jerked at it so impatiently the nails came out of the wood, and the curtains, pole and all, fell to the floor with a clatter. As if by magic, the door of the parlor opened, and the wide black face of Mammy appeared, ardent curiosity and deepest suspicion evident in every wrinkle. She looked disapprovingly at Scarlett, poised on the tabletop, her skirts above her knees, ready to leap to the floor. There was a look of excitement and triumph on her face, which brought sudden distrust to Mammy. "What are you up to with Miss Ellen's potiers?" she demanded. "What are you up to listening outside doors?" asked Scarlet, leaping nimbly to the floor and gathering up a length of the heavy, dusty velvet. "Dat ain't neither here nor there," countered Mammy, girding herself for combat. "You ain't got no business with Miss Ellen's potiers, jugging the poles plumb out of the wood and dropping 'em on the floor in the dust. Miss Ellen set great store by them potiers, and I ain't tending to have you mess 'em up that way." Scarlet turned green eyes on Mammy, eyes which were feverishly gay, eyes which looked like the bad little girl of the good old days Mammy sighed about. "Scoot up to the attic and get my box of dress patterns, Mammy," she cried, giving her a slight shove. "I'm going to have a new dress." Mammy was torn between indignation at the very idea of her 200 pounds scooting anywhere, much less to the attic, and the dawning of a horrid suspicion. Quickly she snatched the curtain lengths from Scarlet, holding them against her monumental sagging breasts as if they were holy relics. "Not out of Miss Ellen's potiers is you gwine to have a new dress, if that's what you figuring on. Not while I got breath in my body." For a moment, the expression Mammy was wont to describe to herself as bullheaded flitted over her young mistress's face, and then it passed into a smile, so difficult for Mammy to resist. But it didn't fool the old woman. She knew Miss Scarlet was employing that smile merely to get around her, and in this matter she was determined not to be gotten around. "Mammy, don't be mean. I'm going to Atlanta to borrow some money, and I've got to have a new dress." "You don't need no new dress. Ain't no other ladies got new dresses. They wears their old ones, and they wears them proudly. Ain't no reason why Miss Ellen's child can't wear rags if she wants to, and everybody respect her like she wore silk." The bull-headed expression began to creep back. Lordy, 'twas right funny how the older Miss Scarlet get, the more she looked like Mr. Gerald, and the less like Miss Ellen. "Now, Mammy, you know Aunt Pitty wrote us that Miss Fanny Elsing is getting married this Saturday, and of course I'll go to the wedding. And I need a new dress to wear." "The dress you got on'll be just as nice as Miss Fanny's wedding dress. Miss Pitty done wrote that the Elsings mighty poor. But I've got to have a new dress. Mammy, you don't know how we need money. The taxes—" "Yes'm, I know all about the taxes, but—" "You do?" "Well'm, God give me ears, didn't he? And to hear with, especially when Mr. Will don't never take trouble to close the door." Was there nothing Mammy did not overhear? Scarlet wondered how that ponderous body which shook the floors could move with such savage stealth when its owner wished to eavesdrop. "Well, if you heard all that, I suppose you heard Jonas Wilkerson and that Emmy—" "Yes'm," said Mammy with smoldering eyes. "Well, don't be a mule, Mammy. Don't you see I've got to go to Atlanta and get money for the taxes? I've got to get some money. I've got to do it." She hammered one small fist into the other. "Name of God, Mammy, they'll turn us all out into the road, and then where'll we go? Are you going to argue with me about a little matter of Mother's curtains when that trash Emmy Slattery, who killed Mother, is fixing to move into this house and sleep in the bed Mother slept in?" Mammy shifted from one foot to another like a restive elephant. She had a dim feeling that she was being got around. "No'm, I ain't one to see trash in Miss Ellen's house, or us all in the road, but—" She fixed Scarlet with a suddenly accusing eye. "Who is you fixin' to get money from that you needs a new dress?" "That," said Scarlet, taken aback, "is my own business." Mammy looked at her piercingly. just as she had done when Scarlett was small and had tried unsuccessfully to palm off plausible excuses for misdeeds. She seemed to be reading her mind, and Scarlett dropped her eyes unwillingly, the first feeling of guilt at her intended conduct creeping over her. "So you needs a spang-new pretty dress to borrow money with. That don't listen just right to me, and you ain't saying where the money to come from." "I'm not saying anything," said Scarlett indignantly. "It's my own business. Are you going to give me that curtain and help me make the dress?" "Yes'm," said Mammy softly, capitulating with a suddenness which aroused all the suspicion in Scarlett's mind. "I gwine to help you make it, and I specs we might get a petticoat out of the satin lining of these potiers and trim a pair of pantalettes with the lace curtains." She handed the velvet curtain back to Scarlett, and a sly smile spread over her face. "Miss Melly gwine to Atlanta with you, Miss Scarlett?" "No," said Scarlett sharply, beginning to realize what was coming. "I'm going by myself." "That's what you thinks," said Mammy firmly. "But I's going with you and that new dress. Yes'm, every step of the way." For an instant, Scarlett envisaged her trip to Atlanta, and her conversation with Rhett with Mammy glowering chaperonage like a large black Cerberus in the background. She smiled again and put a hand on Mammy's arm. "Mammy, darling, you're sweet to want to go with me and help me, but how on earth would the folks here get on without you? You know you just about run, Tara." "Huh," said Mammy. "Don't do no good to sweet-talk me, Miss Scarlett. I've been knowing you since I put the first pair of diapers on you. I said I was going to Atlanta with you, and gwine I is. Miss Ellen be turning in her grave, and you gwine off down by yourself with that town full up with Yankees and free niggers and such like." "But I'll be at Aunt Pittypat's," Scarlett offered frantically. "Miss Pittypat a fine woman, and she thinks she see everything, but she don't," said Mammy. And turning with a majestic air of having closed the interview, she went into the hall. The boards trembled as she called, "Prissy, child, fly up the stairs and fetch Miss Scarlett's pattern box from the attic, and try and find the scissors without taking all night about it." "This is a fine mess," thought Scarlett dejectedly. "I'd as soon have a bloodhound after me." After supper had been cleared away, Scarlett and Mammy spread patterns on the dining-room table while Sue Ellen and Corinne busily ripped satin linings from curtains, and Melanie brushed the velvet with a clean hairbrush to remove the dust. Gerald, Will, and Ashley sat about the room smoking, smiling at the feminine tumult. A feeling of pleasurable excitement, which seemed to emanate from Scarlett, was on them all, an excitement they couldn't understand. There was color in Scarlett's face, and a bright, hard glitter in her eyes, and she laughed a good deal. Her laughter pleased them all, for it had been months since they had heard her really laugh. Especially did it please Gerald. His eyes were less vague than usual as they followed her swishing figure about the room, and he patted her approvingly whenever she was within reach. The girls were as excited as if preparing for a ball, and they ripped and cut and basted as if making a ball dress of their own. Scarlett was going to Atlanta to borrow money or to mortgage Tara if necessary. But what was a mortgage, after all? Scarlett said they could easily pay it off out of next year's cotton and have money left over. And she said it was such finality they didn't think to question. And when they asked who was going to lend the money, she said, "Layovers catch meddlers," so archly they all laughed and teased her about her millionaire friend. "It must be Captain Rhett Butler," said Melanie slyly, and they exploded with mirth at this absurdity, knowing how Scarlet hated him and never failed to refer to him as that skunk, Rhett Butler. But Scarlet didn't laugh at this, and Ashley, who had laughed, stopped abruptly as he saw Mammy shoot a quick, guarded glance at Scarlet. Sue Ellen, moved to generosity by the party spirit of the occasion, produced her Irish lace collar, somewhat worn, but still pretty, and Corinne insisted that Scarlet wear her slippers to Atlanta, for they were in better condition than any others at Tara. Melanie begged Mammy to leave her enough velvet scraps to recover the frame of her battered bonnet, and brought shouts of laughter when she said the old rooster was going to part with his gorgeous bronze and green-black tail feathers unless he took to the swamp immediately. Scarlet, watching the flying fingers, heard the laughter and looked at them all with concealed bitterness and contempt. They haven't an idea what is really happening to me, or to themselves, or to the South. They still think, in spite of everything, that nothing really dreadful can happen to any of them because they are who they are, O'Haras, Wilkses, Hamiltons. Even the darkies feel that way. Oh, they're all fools. They'll never realize. They'll go right on thinking and living as they always have, and nothing will change them. Melly can dress in rags and pick cotton, and even help me murder a man, but it doesn't change her. She's still the shy, well-bred Mrs. Wilkes, the perfect lady. And Ashley can see death and war and be wounded and lie in jail and come home to less than nothing and still be the same gentleman he was when he had all 12 Oaks behind him. Will is different. He knows how things really are, but then Will never had anything much to lose. And as for Sue Ellen and Corinne, they think all this is just a temporary matter. They don't change to meet changed conditions because they think it'll all be over soon. They think God is going to work a miracle, especially for their benefit. But he won't. The only miracle that's going to be worked around here is the one I'm going to work on Rhett Butler. They won't change. Maybe they can't change. I'm the only one who's changed. And I wouldn't have changed if I could have helped it. Mammy finally turned the men out of the dining room and closed the door so the fitting could begin. Pork helped Gerald upstairs to bed, and Ashley and Will were left alone in the lamplight in the front hall. They were silent for a while, and Will chewed his tobacco like a placid, ruminant animal. But his mild face was far from placid. "This going to Atlanta," he said at last in a slow voice. "I don't like it. Not one bit." Ashley looked at Will quickly, and then looked away, saying nothing, but wondering if Will had the same awful suspicion which was haunting him. But that was impossible. Will didn't know what had taken place in the orchard that afternoon, and how it had driven Scarlet to desperation. Will couldn't have noticed Mammy's face when Rhett Butler's name was mentioned, and besides, Will didn't know about Rhett's money or his foul reputation. At least, Ashley didn't think he could know these things. But since coming back to Tara, he had realized that Will, like Mammy, seemed to know things without being told, to sense them before they happened. There was something ominous in the air. Exactly what, Ashley didn't know. But he was powerless to save Scarlet from it. She hadn't met his eyes once that evening, and the hard, bright gaiety with which she had treated him was frightening. The suspicions which tore at him were too terrible to be put into words. He didn't have the right to insult her by asking her if they were true. He clenched his fists. He had no rights at all where she was concerned. This afternoon, he had forfeited them all forever. He could not help her. No one could help her. But when he thought of Mammy, and the look of grim determination she wore as she cut into the velvet curtains. He was cheered a little. Mammy would take care of Scarlet, whether Scarlet wished it or not. "I have caused all this," he thought despairingly. "I have driven her to this." He remembered the way she had squared her shoulders when she turned away from him that afternoon, remembered the stubborn lift of her head. His heart went out to her, torn with his own helplessness, wrenched with admiration. He knew she had no such word in her vocabulary as gallantry, knew she would have stared blankly if he had told her she was the most gallant soul he had ever known. He knew she wouldn't understand how many truly fine things he ascribed to her when he thought of her as gallant. He knew that she took life as it came, opposed her tough-fibered mind to whatever obstacles there might be, fought on with a determination that would not recognize defeat, and kept on fighting even when she saw defeat was inevitable. But for 4 years, he had seen others who had refused to recognize defeat, men who rode gaily into sure disaster because they were gallant, and they had been defeated just the same. He thought, as he stared at Will in the shadowy hall, that he had never known such gallantry as the gallantry of Scarlett O'Hara going forth to conquer the world in her mother's velvet curtains and the tail feathers of a rooster. Chapter 33. A cold wind was blowing stiffly, and the scudding clouds overhead were the deep gray of slate when Scarlett and Mammy stepped from the train in Atlanta the next afternoon. The depot hadn't been rebuilt since the burning of the city, and they alighted amid cinders and mud a few yards above the blackened ruins which marked the site. Habit strong upon her, Scarlett looked about for Uncle Peter and Pitty's carriage, for she had always been met by them when returning from Tara to Atlanta during the war years. Then she caught herself with a sniff at her own absent-mindedness. Naturally, Peter wasn't there, for she had given Aunt Pitty no warning of her coming, and moreover, she remembered that one of the old lady's letters had dealt tearfully with the death of the old nag Peter had acquired in Macon to bring her back to Atlanta after the surrender. She looked about the rutted and cut-up space around the depot for the equipage of some old friend or acquaintance who might drive them to Aunt Pitty's house, but she recognized no one, black or white. Probably none of her old friends owned carriages now, if what Pitty had written them was true. Times were so hard it was difficult to feed and lodge humans, much less animals. Most of Pitty's friends, like herself, were afoot these days. There were a few wagons loading at the freight cars, and several mud-splashed buggies with rough-looking strangers at the reins, but only 2 carriages. One was a closed carriage, the other open and occupied by a well-dressed woman and a Yankee officer. Scarlett drew in her breath sharply at the sight of the uniform. Although Pitty had written that Atlanta was garrisoned and the streets full of soldiers, the first sight of the bluecoats startled and frightened her. It was hard to remember that the war was over, and that this man would not pursue her, rob her, and insult her. The comparative emptiness around the train took her mind back to that morning in 1862, when she had come to Atlanta as a young widow, swathed in crepe and wild with boredom. She recalled how crowded this space had been with wagons and carriages and ambulances, and how noisy with drivers swearing and yelling and people calling greetings to friends. She sighed for the light-hearted excitement of the war days, and sighed again at the thought of walking all the way to Aunt Pitty's house. But she was hopeful that once on Peachtree Street she might meet someone she knew who would give them a ride. As she stood looking about her, a saddle-colored Negro of middle age drove the closed carriage toward her, and leaning from the box, questioned, Carriage, lady? 2 bits for anywhere in Atlanta." Mammy threw him an annihilating glance. "A hired hack," she rumbled. "Nigger, does you know who we is?" Mammy was a country Negro, but she had not always been a country Negro, and she knew that no chaste woman ever rode in a hired conveyance, especially a closed carriage, without the escort of some male member of her family. Even the presence of a Negro maid would not satisfy the conventions. She gave Scarlet a glare as she saw her look longingly at the hack. "Come away from there, Miss Scarlet. A hired hack and a free-issue nigger. Well, that's a good combination." "I ain't no free-issue nigger," declared the driver with heat. "I belongs to old Miss Talbot, and dish here her carriage, and I drives it to make money for us." "What Miss Talbot is that?" "Miss Susanna Talbot of Milledgeville. Us done move up here after old Marse was killed." "Does you know her, Miss Scarlet?" "No," said Scarlet regretfully. "I know so few Milledgeville folks." "Then us'll walk," said Mammy sternly. "Drive on, nigger." She picked up the carpet bag which held Scarlet's new velvet frock and bonnet and nightgown, and tucked the neat bandana bundle that contained her own belongings under her arm, and shepherded Scarlet across the wet expanse of cinders. Scarlet didn't argue the matter, much as she preferred to ride, for she wished no disagreement with Mammy. Ever since yesterday afternoon, when Mammy had caught her with the velvet curtains, there had been an alert, suspicious look in her eyes which Scarlet did not like. It was going to be difficult to escape from her chaperonage, and she didn't intend to rouse Mammy's fighting blood before it was absolutely necessary. As they walked along the narrow sidewalk toward Peachtree, Scarlet was dismayed and sorrowful, for Atlanta looked so devastated and different from what she remembered. They passed beside what had been the Atlanta Hotel, where Rhett and Uncle Henry had lived, and of that elegant hostelry there remained only a shell, a part of the blackened walls. The warehouses which had bordered the train tracks for 1/4 of a mile and held tons of military supplies had not been rebuilt, and their rectangular foundations looked dreary under the dark sky. Without the wall of buildings on either side, and with the car shed gone, the railroad tracks seemed bare and exposed. Somewhere amid these ruins, undistinguishable from the others, lay what remained of her own warehouse on the property Charles had left her. Uncle Henry had paid last year's taxes on it for her. She'd have to repay that money sometime. That was something else to worry about. As they turned the corner into Peachtree Street, and she looked toward 5 Points, she cried out with shock. Despite all Frank had told her about the town burning to the ground, she had never really visualized complete destruction. In her mind, the town she loved so well still stood full of close-packed buildings and fine houses. But this Peachtree Street she was looking upon was so denuded of landmarks it was as unfamiliar as if she had never seen it before. This muddy street, down which she had driven 1,000 times during the war, along which she had fled with ducked head and fear-quickened legs when shells burst over her during the siege, this street she had last seen in the heat and hurry and anguish of the day of the retreat, was so strange-looking. She felt like crying. Though many new buildings had sprung up in the year since Sherman marched out of the burning town, and the Confederates returned, there were still wide, vacant lots around 5 Points, where heaps of smudged broken bricks lay amid a jumble of rubbish, dead weeds, and broom sedge. There were the remains of a few buildings she remembered, roofless brick walls through which the dull daylight shone, glassless windows gaping, chimneys towering lonesomely. Here and there, her eyes gladly picked out a familiar store which had partly survived shell and fire and had been repaired, the fresh red of new brick glaring bright against the smut of the old walls. On new storefronts and new office windows, she saw the welcome names of men she knew, but more often the names were unfamiliar, especially the dozens of shingles of strange doctors and lawyers and cotton merchants. Once she had known practically everyone in Atlanta, and the sight of so many strange names depressed her. But she was cheered by the sight of new buildings going up all along the street. There were dozens of them, and several were 3 stories high. Everywhere building was going on, for as she looked down the street, trying to adjust her mind to the new Atlanta, she heard the blithe sound of hammers and saws, noticed scaffoldings rising, and saw men climbing ladders with hods of bricks on their shoulders. She looked down the street she loved so well, and her eyes misted a little. They burned you, she thought, and they laid you flat. But they didn't lick you. They couldn't lick you. You'll grow back just as big and sassy as you used to be. As she walked along Peachtree, followed by the waddling Mammy, she found the sidewalks just as crowded as they were at the height of the war. And there was the same air of rush and bustle about the resurrecting town which had made her blood sing when she came here so long ago on her first visit to Aunt Pitty. There seemed to be just as many vehicles wallowing in the mud holes as there had been then, except that there were no Confederate ambulances, and just as many horses and mules tethered to hitching racks in front of the wooden awnings of the stores. Though the sidewalks were jammed, the faces she saw were as unfamiliar as the signs overhead. New people, many rough-looking men and tawdrily dressed women. The streets were black with loafing Negroes who leaned against walls or sat on the curbing watching vehicles go past with the naive curiosity of children at a circus parade. "Free-issue country niggers," snorted Mammy. "Ain't never seen a proper carriage in their lives. And impudent-looking, too." They were impudent-looking, Scarlett agreed, for they stared at her in an insolent manner. But she forgot them in the renewed shock of seeing blue uniforms. The town was full of Yankee soldiers, on horses, afoot, in army wagons, loafing on the street, reeling out of bar-rooms. "I'll never get used to them," she thought, clenching her fists. "Never." And over her shoulder, "Hurry, Mammy, let's get out of this crowd." "Soon's I kick this black trash out of my way," answered Mammy, loudly, swinging the carpet bag at a black buck who loitered tantalizingly in front of her, and making him leap aside. "I don't like this here town, Miss Scarlett. It's too full of Yankees and cheap free issue." "It's nicer where it isn't so crowded. When we get across 5 Points, it won't be so bad." They picked their way across the slippery stepping stones that bridged the mud of Decatur Street, and continued up Peachtree through a thinning crowd. When they reached Wesley Chapel, where Scarlett had paused to catch her breath that day in 1864, when she had run for Dr. Meade, she looked at it and laughed aloud, shortly and grimly. Mammy's quick old eyes sought hers with suspicion and question, but her curiosity went unsatisfied. Scarlett was recalling with contempt the terror which had ridden her that day. She had been crawling with fear, rotten with fear, terrified by the Yankees, terrified by the approaching birth of Beau. Now she wondered how she could have been so frightened. Frightened like a child at a loud noise. And what a child she had been to think that Yankees and fire and defeat were the worst things that could happen to her. What trivialities they were beside Ellen's death and Gerald's vagueness, beside hunger and cold and backbreaking work and the living nightmare of insecurity. How easy she would find it now to be brave before an invading army, but how hard to face the danger that threatened Tara. No, she would never again be afraid of anything, except poverty.
Up Peachtree came a closed carriage, and Scarlet went to the curb eagerly to see if she knew the occupant, for Aunt Pitty's house was still several blocks away. She and Mammy leaned forward as the carriage came abreast, and Scarlet, with a smile arranged, almost called out when a woman's head appeared for a moment at the window. A too bright red head beneath a fine fur hat. Scarlet took a step back as mutual recognition leaped into both faces. It was Belle Watling, and Scarlet had a glimpse of nostrils distended with dislike before she disappeared again. Strange that Belle should be the first familiar face she saw. "Who dat?" questioned Mammy suspiciously. "She knowed you, but she didn't bow. And I ain't never seed hair that color in my life. Not even in the Talton family. It looked dyed to me." "It is," said Scarlet shortly, walking faster. "Does you know a dyed-haired woman? I asked you who she is." "She's the town bad woman," said Scarlet briefly. "And I give you my word I don't know her, so shut up." "God Almighty!" breathed Mammy, her jaw dropping as she looked after the carriage with passionate curiosity. She hadn't seen a professional bad woman since she left Savannah with Ellen more than 20 years before, and she wished ardently that she had observed Belle more closely. "She sure dressed up fine and got a fine carriage and coachman," she muttered. "I don't know what the Lord thinking about, letting the bad women flourish like that when us good folks is hungry and most barefoot." "The Lord stopped thinking about us years ago," said Scarlet savagely. "And don't go telling me Mother is turning in her grave to hear me say it either." She wanted to feel superior and virtuous about Belle, but she could not. If her plans went well, she might be on the same footing with Belle and supported by the same man. While she didn't regret her decision one whit, the matter in its true light discomfited her. "I won't think of it now," she told herself, and hurried her steps. They passed the lot where the Mead house had stood, and there remained of it only a forlorn pair of stone steps and a walk, leading up to nothing. Where the Whitings' home had been was bare ground. Even the foundation stones and the brick chimneys were gone, and there were wagon tracks where they had been carted away. The brick house of the Elsings still stood, with a new roof and a new second floor. The Bunnell home, awkwardly patched and roofed with rude boards instead of shingles, managed to look livable for all its battered appearance. But in neither house was there a face at the window or a figure on the porch. And Scarlet was glad. She didn't want to talk to anyone now. Then the new slate roof of Aunt Pitty's house came in view with its red brick walls, and Scarlet's heart throbbed. How good of the Lord not to level it beyond repair. Coming out of the front yard was Uncle Peter, a market basket on his arm, and when he saw Scarlet and Mammy trudging along, a wide, incredulous smile split his black face. "I could kiss the old black fool. I'm so glad to see him," thought Scarlet, joyfully, and she called, "Run! Get Auntie's swoon bottle, Peter. It's That night, the inevitable hominy and dried peas were on Aunt Pitty's supper table, and as Scarlet ate them, she made a vow that these two dishes would never appear on her table when she had money again. And no matter what price she had to pay, she was going to have money again. More than just enough to pay the taxes on Tara. Somehow, someday, she was going to have plenty of money if she had to commit murder to get it. In the yellow lamplight of the dining room, she asked Pitty about her finances, hoping against hope that Charles's family might be able to lend her the money she needed. The questions were none too subtle, but Pitty, in her pleasure at having a member of the family to talk to,
didn't even notice the bald way the questions were put. She plunged with tears into the details of her misfortunes. She just didn't know where her farms and town property and money had gone, but everything had slipped away. At least, that was what Brother Henry told her. He hadn't been able to pay the taxes on her estate. The house she was living in was gone. And Pitty didn't stop to think that the house had never been hers, but was the joint property of Melanie and Scarlett. Brother Henry could just barely pay taxes on this house. He gave her a little something every month to live on, and though it was very humiliating to take money from him, she had to do it. Brother Henry says he doesn't know how he'll make ends meet with the load he's carrying, and taxes so high, but of course he's probably lying and has loads of money and just won't give me much. Scarlett knew Uncle Henry wasn't lying. The few letters she had had from him in connection with Charles's property showed that. The old lawyer was battling valiantly to save the house and the one piece of downtown property where the warehouse had been, so Wade and Scarlett would have something left from the wreckage. Scarlett knew he was carrying these taxes for her at a great sacrifice. Of course he hasn't any money, thought Scarlett grimly. Well, check him and Aunt Pitty off my list. There's nobody left but Rhett. I'll have to do it. I must do it. But I mustn't think about it now. I must get her to talking about Rhett so I can casually suggest to her to invite him to call tomorrow. She smiled and squeezed the plump palms of Aunt Pitty between her own. "Darling Auntie," she said, "don't let's talk about distressing things like money any more. Let's forget about them and talk of pleasanter things. You must tell me all the news about our old friends. How is Mrs. Merriweather and Maybelle? I heard that Maybelle's little Creole came home safely. How are the Elsings and Dr. and Mrs. Meade?" Pitty-Pat brightened at the change of subject, and her baby face stopped quivering with tears. She gave detailed reports about old neighbors, what they were doing and wearing and eating and thinking. She told with accents of horror how, before Renee Picard came home from the war, Mrs. Merriweather and Maybelle had made ends meet by baking pies and selling them to the Yankee soldiers. Imagine that! Sometimes there were 24 Yankees standing in the backyard of the Merriweather home, waiting for the baking to be finished. Now that Renee was home, he drove an old wagon to the Yankee camp every day and sold cakes and pies and beaten biscuits to the soldiers. Mrs. Merriweather said that when she made a little more money, she was going to open a bake shop downtown. Pitty didn't wish to criticize, but after all... As for herself, said Pitty, she would rather starve than have such commerce with Yankees. She made a point of giving a disdainful look to every soldier she met, and crossed to the other side of the street in as insulting a manner as possible, though, she said, this was quite inconvenient in wet weather. Scarlett gathered that no sacrifice, even though it be muddy shoes, was too great to show loyalty to the Confederacy, insofar as Miss Pitty-Pat was concerned. Mrs. Meade and the doctor had lost their home when the Yankees fired the town, and they had neither the money nor the heart to rebuild, now that Phil and Darcy were dead. Mrs. Meade said she never wanted a home again, for what was a home without children and grandchildren in it? They were very lonely, and had gone to live with the Elsings, who had rebuilt the damaged part of their home. Mr. and Mrs. Whiting had a room there, too, and Mrs. Bunnell was talking of moving in if she was fortunate enough to rent her house to a Yankee officer and his family. "But how do they all squeeze in?" cried Scarlett. "There's Mrs. Elsing and Fanny and Hugh." "Mrs. Elsing and Fanny sleep in the parlor and Hugh in the attic," explained Pitty, who knew the domestic arrangements of all her friends. "My dear, I do hate to tell you this, but Mrs. Elsing calls them paying guests, but—" Pitty dropped her voice. "They're really nothing at all except boarders. Mrs. Elsing is running a boarding house. Isn't that dreadful?" "I think it's wonderful," said Scarlet shortly. "I only wish we'd had paying guests at Tara for the last year instead of free boarders. Maybe we wouldn't be so poor now." "Scarlet, how can you say such things? Your poor mother must be turning in her grave at the very thought of charging money for the hospitality of Tara. Of course, Mrs. Elsing was simply forced to it because, while she took in fine sewing and Fanny painted china and Hugh made a little money peddling firewood, they couldn't make ends meet. Imagine darling Hugh forced to peddle wood. And he all set to be a fine lawyer. I could just cry at the things our boys are reduced to." Scarlet thought of the rows of cotton beneath the glaring coppery sky at Tara, and how her back had ached as she bent over them. She remembered the field of plough handles between her inexperienced, blistered palms, and she felt that Hugh Elsing was deserving of no special sympathy. What an innocent old fool Pitty was, and despite the ruin all around her, how sheltered. If he doesn't like peddling, why doesn't he practice law? Or isn't there any law practice left in Atlanta? Oh, dear, yes. There's plenty of law practice. Practically everybody is suing everybody else these days. With everything burned down and boundary lines wiped out, no one knows just where their land begins or ends. But you can't get any pay for suing because nobody has any money. So Hugh sticks to his peddling. Oh, I almost forgot. Did I write you? Fanny Elsing is getting married tomorrow night, and of course you must attend. Mrs. Elsing will be only too pleased to have you when she knows you're in town. I do hope you have some other frock besides that one. Not that it isn't a very sweet frock, darling, but, well, it does look a bit worn. Oh, you have a pretty frock? I'm so glad, because it's going to be the first real wedding we've had in Atlanta since before the town fell. Cake and wine and dancing afterwards, though I don't know how the Elsings can afford it. They're so poor. Who is Fanny marrying? I thought after Dallas McClure was killed at Gettysburg. Darling, you mustn't criticize Fanny. Everybody isn't as loyal to the dead as you are to poor Charlie. Let me see. What is his name? I can never remember names. Tom somebody. I knew his mother well. We went to LaGrange Female Institute together. She was a Tomlinson from LaGrange, and her mother was, let me see, Parkinson, that's it, from Sparta. A very good family, but just the same. Well, I shouldn't say it, but I don't see how Fanny can bring herself to marry him. Does he drink, or... Dear, no. His character's perfect, but you see, he was wounded low down by a bursting shell, and it did something to his legs. Makes them, well, I hate to use the word, but it makes him spraddle. It gives him a very vulgar appearance when he walks. Well, it doesn't look very pretty. I don't see why she's marrying him. Girls have to marry someone. Indeed they do not, said Pitty, ruffling. I never had to. Now, darling, I didn't mean you. Everybody knows how popular you were, and still are. Why, old Judge Carlton used to throw sheep's eyes at you till I... Oh, Scarlet, hush, that old fool, giggled Pitty, good humor restored. But after all, Fanny was so popular, she could have made a better match, and I don't believe she loves this Tom... what's his name? I don't believe she's ever gotten over Dallas McClure getting killed. But she's not like you, darling. You've remained so faithful to dear Charlie, though you could have married dozens of times. Melly and I have often said how loyal you were to his memory when everyone else said you were just a heartless coquette. Scarlet passed over this tactless confidence and skillfully led Pitty from one friend to another, but all the while she was in a fever of impatience to bring the conversation around to Rhett.
It would never do for her to ask outright about him so soon after arriving. It might start the old lady's mind to working on channels better left untouched. There would be time enough for Pity's suspicions to be aroused if Rhett refused to marry her. And Pity prattled on happily, pleased as a child at having an audience. Things in Atlanta were in a dreadful pass, she said, due to the vile doings of the Republicans. There was no end to their goings-on, and the worst thing was the way they were putting ideas in the poor darkies' heads. My dear, they want to let the darkies vote. Did you ever hear of anything more silly? Though, I don't know. Now that I think about it, Uncle Peter has much more sense than any Republican I ever saw, and much better manners, but of course Uncle Peter is far too well-bred to want to vote. But the very notion has upset the darkies till they're right addled. And some of them are so insolent. Your life isn't safe on the streets after dark, and even in the broad daylight they push ladies off the sidewalks into the mud, and if any gentleman dares to protest, they arrest him and... My dear, did I tell you that Captain Butler was in jail? Rhett Butler? Even with this startling news, Scarlet was grateful that Aunt Pitty had saved her the necessity of bringing his name into the conversation herself. Yes, indeed. Excitement colored Pitty's cheeks pink, and she sat upright. He's in jail this very minute for killing a Negro, and they may hang him. Imagine Captain Butler hanging. For a moment, the breath went out of Scarlet's lungs in a sickening gasp, and she could only stare at the fat old lady who was so obviously pleased at the effect of her statement. They haven't proved it yet, but somebody killed this darky who had insulted a white woman, and the Yankees are very upset because so many uppity darkies have been killed recently. They can't prove it on Captain Butler, but they want to make an example of someone, so Dr. Meade says. The doctor says that if they do hang him, it will be the first good, honest job the Yankees ever did, but then I don't know. And to think that Captain Butler was here just a week ago and brought me the loveliest quail you ever saw for a present, and he was asking about you and saying he feared he had offended you during the siege and you would never forgive him. How long will he be in jail? Nobody knows. Perhaps till they hang him. But maybe they won't be able to prove the killing on him after all. However, it doesn't seem to bother the Yankees whether folks are guilty or not, so long as they can hang somebody. They're so upset. Pitty dropped her voice mysteriously. About the Ku Klux Klan. Do you have the Klan down in the county? My dear, I'm sure you must, and Ashley just doesn't tell you girls anything about it. Klansmen aren't supposed to tell. They ride around at night dressed up like ghosts and call on carpetbaggers who steal money and Negroes who are uppity. Sometimes they just scare them and warn them to leave Atlanta. But when they don't behave, they whip them and... Pitty whispered. Sometimes they kill them and leave them where they'll be easily found with a Ku Klux card on them. And the Yankees are very angry about it and want to make an example of someone. But Hugh Elsing told me he didn't think they'd hang Captain Butler because the Yankees think he does know where the money is and just won't tell. They're trying to make him tell. The money? Didn't you know? Didn't I write you? My dear, you have been buried at Tara, haven't you? The town simply buzzed when Captain Butler came back here with a fine horse and carriage and his pockets full of money, when all the rest of us didn't know where our next meal was coming from. It simply made everybody furious that an old speculator who always said nasty things about the Confederacy should have so much money when we were all so poor. Everybody was bursting to know how he managed to save his money, but no one had the courage to ask him, except me, and he just laughed and said, "In no honest way, you may be sure. You know how hard it is to get anything sensible out of him." But of course he made his money out of the blockade.
Of course he did, honey, some of it. But that's not a drop in the bucket to what that man has really got. Everybody, including the Yankees, believes he's got millions of dollars in gold belonging to the Confederate government hid out somewhere. Millions? In gold? Well, honey, where did all our Confederate gold go to? Somebody got it, and Captain Butler must be one of the somebodies. The Yankees thought President Davis had it when he left Richmond, but when they captured the poor man, he had hardly a cent. There just wasn't any money in the treasury when the war was over, and everybody thinks some of the blockade runners got it and are keeping quiet about it. Millions in gold. But how? Didn't Captain Butler take thousands of bales of cotton to England and Nassau to sell for the Confederate government? Asked Pitty triumphantly. Not only his own cotton, but government cotton, too. And you know what cotton brought in England during the war. Any price you wanted to ask. He was a free agent acting for the government, and he was supposed to sell the cotton and buy guns with the money and run the guns in for us. Well, when the blockade got too tight, he couldn't bring in the guns. And he couldn't have spent 1/100th of the cotton money on them anyway. So there were simply millions of dollars in English banks put there by Captain Butler and other blockaders, waiting till the blockade loosened. And you can't tell me they banked that money in the name of the Confederacy. They put it in their own names, and it's still there. Everybody's been talking about it ever since the surrender, and criticizing the blockaders severely. And when the Yankees arrested Captain Butler for killing this darky, they must have heard the rumor, because they've been at him to tell them where the money is. You see, all of our Confederate funds belong to the Yankees now. At least, the Yankees think so. But Captain Butler says he doesn't know anything. Dr. Meade says they ought to hang him anyhow, only hanging is too good for a thief and a profiteer. Dear, you look so oddly. Do you feel faint? Have I upset you talking like this? I knew he was a beau of yours, but I thought you'd fallen out long ago. Personally, I never approved of him, for he's such a scamp. He's no friend of mine, said Scarlett with an effort. I had a quarrel with him during the siege, after you went to Macon. Where is he? In the firehouse, over near the public square. In the firehouse? Aunt Pitty crowed with laughter. Yes, he's in the firehouse. The Yankees use it for a military jail now. The Yankees are camped in huts all around the city hall, in the square, and the firehouse is just down the street, so that's where Captain Butler is. And Scarlett, I heard the funniest thing yesterday about Captain Butler. I forget who told me. You know how well-groomed he always was, really a dandy. And they've been keeping him in the firehouse and not letting him bathe. And every day he's been insisting that he wanted a bath. And finally they let him out of his cell onto the square, and there was a long horse trough where the whole regiment had bathed in the same water. And they told him he could bathe there, and he said no, that he preferred his own brand of Southern dirt to Yankee dirt. And
Scarlett heard the cheerful, babbling voice going on, but she did not hear the words. In her mind, there were only two ideas. Rhett had more money than she had even hoped, and he was in jail. The fact that he was in jail and possibly might be hanged changed the face of matters somewhat. In fact, it made them look a little brighter. She had very little feeling about Rhett being hanged. Her need of money was too pressing, too desperate for her to bother about his ultimate fate. Besides, she half shared Dr. Meade's opinion that hanging was too good for him. Any man who'd leave a woman stranded between two armies in the middle of the night, just to go off and fight for a cause already lost, deserved hanging. If she could somehow manage to marry him while he was in jail, all those millions would be hers, and hers alone, should he be executed. And if marriage was not possible, perhaps she could get a loan from him by promising to marry him when he was released, or by promising anything. And if they hanged him, her day of settlement would never come. For a moment her imagination flamed at the thought of being made a widow by the kindly intervention of the Yankee government. Millions in gold. She could repair Tara and hire hands and plant miles and miles of cotton. And she could have pretty clothes and all she wanted to eat, and so could Sue Ellen and Corinne. And Wade could have nourishing food to fill out his thin cheeks, and warm clothes, and a governess, and afterward go to the university, and not grow up barefooted and ignorant and a good doctor could look after Paul. And as for Ashley, what couldn't she do for Ashley? Aunt Pittypat's monologue broke off suddenly as she said inquiringly, "Yes, Mammy?" And Scarlet, coming back from dreams, saw Mammy standing in the doorway, her hands under her apron and in her eyes an alert, piercing look. She wondered how long Mammy had been standing there, and how much she had heard and observed. Probably everything, to judge by the gleam in her old eyes. "Miss Scarlet look like she tired. I expect she better go to bed." "I am tired," said Scarlet, rising and meeting Mammy's eyes with a childlike, helpless look. "And I'm afraid I'm catching a cold, too. Aunt Pitty, would you mind if I stayed in bed tomorrow and didn't go calling with you? I can go calling any time, and I'm so anxious to go to Fanny's wedding tomorrow night. And if my cold gets worse, I won't be able to go. And a day in bed would be such a lovely treat for me." Mammy's look changed to faint worry as she felt Scarlet's hands and looked into her face. She certainly didn't look well. The excitement of her thoughts had abruptly ebbed, leaving her white and shaking. "Your hands like ice, honey. You come to bed, and I'll brew you some sassafras tea and get you a hot brick to make you sweat." "How thoughtless I've been!" cried the plump old lady, hopping from her chair and patting Scarlet's arm. "Just chattering on and not thinking of you. Honey, you shall stay in bed all tomorrow and rest up, and we can gossip together." "Oh, dear, no, I can't be with you. I've promised to sit with Mrs. Bonnell tomorrow. She is down with La Grippe, and so is her cook. Mammy, I'm so glad you are here. You must go over with me in the morning and help me." Mammy hurried Scarlet up the dark stairs, muttering fussy remarks about cold hands and thin shoes, and Scarlet looked meek and was well content. If she could only lull Mammy's suspicions further and get her out of the house in the morning, all would be well. Then she could go to the Yankee jail and see Rhett. As she climbed the stairs, the faint rumbling of thunder began, and standing on the well-remembered landing, she thought how like the siege cannon it sounded. She shivered. Forever, thunder would mean cannon and war to her. Chapter 34. The sun shone intermittently the next morning, and the hard wind that drove dark clouds swiftly across its face rattled the window panes and moaned faintly about the house. Scarlet said a brief prayer of thanksgiving that the rain of the previous night had ceased, for she had lain awake listening to it, knowing that it would mean the ruin of her velvet dress and new bonnet. Now that she could catch fleeting glimpses of the sun, her spirits soared. She could hardly remain in bed, and look languid and make croaking noises until Aunt Pitty, Mammy, and Uncle Peter were out of the house and on their way to Mrs. Bonnell's. When, at last, the front gate banged, and she was alone in the house, except for Cookie, who was singing in the kitchen, she leaped from the bed and lifted her new clothes from the closet hooks. Sleep had refreshed her and given her strength, and from the cold, hard core at the bottom of her heart, she drew courage. There was something about the prospect of a struggle of wits with a man, with any man, that put her on her mettle and after months of battling against countless discouragements, the knowledge that she was at last facing a definite adversary, one whom she might unhorse by her own efforts, gave her a buoyant sensation. Dressing unaided was difficult, but she finally accomplished it, and putting on the bonnet with its rakish feathers, she ran to Aunt Pitty's room to preen herself in front of the long mirror. How pretty she looked! The cock feathers gave her a dashing air, and the dull green velvet of the bonnet made her eyes startlingly bright, almost emerald-colored. And the dress was incomparable, so rich and handsome-looking, and yet so dignified. It was wonderful to have a lovely dress again. It was so nice to know that she looked pretty and provocative, and she impulsively bent forward and kissed her reflection in the mirror, and then laughed at her own foolishness. She picked up Ellen's paisley shawl to wrap around her, but the colors of the faded old square clashed with the moss-green dress, and made her appear a little shabby. Opening Aunt Pitty's closet, she removed a black broadcloth cloak, a thin fall garment which Pitty used only for Sunday wear, and put it on. She slipped into her pierced ears the diamond earrings she had brought from Tara, and tossed her head to observe the effect. They made pleasant clicking noises which were very satisfactory, and she thought that she must remember to toss her head frequently when with Rhett. Dancing earrings always attracted a man, and gave a girl such a spirited air. What a shame Aunt Pitty had no other gloves than the ones now on her fat hands. No woman could really feel like a lady without gloves, but Scarlett had not had a pair since she left Atlanta, and the long months of hard work at Tara had roughened her hands until they were far from pretty. Well, it couldn't be helped. She'd take Aunt Pitty's little seal muff and hide her bare hands in it. Scarlett felt that it gave her the final finishing touch of elegance. No one, looking at her now, would suspect that poverty and want were standing at her shoulder. It was so important that Rhett should not suspect. He mustn't think that anything but tender feelings were driving her. She tiptoed down the stairs and out of the house, while Cookie bawled on unconcernedly in the kitchen. She hastened down Baker Street to avoid the all-seeing eyes of the neighbors, and sat down on a carriage block on Ivy Street, in front of a burned house, to wait for some passing carriage or wagon which would give her a ride. The sun dipped in and out from behind hurrying clouds, lighting the street with a false brightness which had no warmth in it, and the wind fluttered the lace of her pantalettes. It was colder than she had expected, and she wrapped Aunt Pitty's thin cloak about her and shivered impatiently. Just as she was preparing to start walking the long way across town to the Yankee encampment, a battered wagon appeared. In it was an old woman with a lip full of snuff and a weather-beaten face under a drab sunbonnet, driving a dawdling old mule. She was going in the direction of the city hall, and she grudgingly gave Scarlett a ride. But it was obvious that the dress, bonnet, and muff found no favor with her. "She thinks I'm a hussy," thought Scarlett. "And perhaps she's right at that." When at last they reached the town square, and the tall white cupola of the city hall loomed up, she made her thanks, climbed down from the wagon, and watched the countrywoman drive off. Looking around carefully to see that she was not observed, she pinched her cheeks to give them color, and bit her lips until they stung to make them red. She adjusted the bonnet and smoothed back her hair, and looked about the square. The 2-story red-brick city hall had survived the burning of the city, but it looked forlorn and unkempt under the gray sky. Surrounding the building completely, and covering the square of land of which it was the center, were row after row of army huts, dingy and mud-splashed. Yankee soldiers loitered everywhere, and Scarlett looked at them uncertainly, some of her courage deserting her. How would she go about finding Rhett in this enemy camp? She looked down the street toward the firehouse and saw that the wide arched doors were closed and heavily barred, and 2 sentries passed and repassed on each side of the building. Rhett was in there. But what should she say to the Yankee soldiers? And what would they say to her? She squared her shoulders. If she hadn't been afraid to kill one Yankee, she shouldn't fear merely talking to another. She picked her way precariously across the stepping stones of the muddy street and walked forward until a sentry, his blue overcoat buttoned high against the wind, stopped her. "What is it, ma'am?" His voice had a strange Midwestern twang, but it was polite and respectful. "I want to see a man in there. He's a prisoner." "Well, I don't know," said the sentry, scratching his head. "They are mighty particular about visitors, and—" He stopped and peered into her face sharply. "Lord, lady, don't you cry. You go over to post headquarters and ask the officers. They'll let you see him, I bet." Scarlet, who had no intention of crying, beamed at him. He turned to another sentry who was slowly pacing his beat. "Ye all, Bill, come here." The second sentry, a large man muffled in a blue overcoat from which villainous black whiskers burst, came through the mud toward them. "You take this lady to headquarters." Scarlet thanked him and followed the sentry. "Mind you don't turn your ankle on those stepping stones," said the soldier, taking her arm. "And you'd better hist up your skirts a little to keep them out of the mud." The voice issuing from the whiskers had the same nasal twang, but was kind and pleasant, and his hand was firm and respectful. Why, Yankees weren't bad at all. "It's a mighty cold day for a lady to be out in," said her escort. "Have you come a fur piece?" "Oh, yes, from clear across the other side of town," she said, warming to the kindness in his voice. "This ain't no weather for a lady to be out in," said the soldier reprovingly, "with all this La Grippe in the air. Here's post command, lady. What's the matter?" This house is your headquarters?" Scarlet looked up at the lovely old dwelling facing on the square and could have cried. She had been to so many parties in this house during the war. It had been a gay, beautiful place, and now there was a large United States flag floating over it. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Only I used to know the people who lived here." "Well, that's too bad. I guess they wouldn't know it themselves if they saw it, for it sure is torn up on the inside. Now you go on in, ma'am, and ask for the captain." She went up the steps, caressing the broken white banisters, and pushed open the front door. The hall was dark and as cold as a vault, and a shivering sentry was leaning against the closed folding doors of what had been, in better days, the dining room. "I want to see the captain," she said. He pulled back the doors and she entered the room, her heart beating rapidly, her face flushing with embarrassment and excitement. There was a close, stuffy smell in the room, compounded of the smoking fire, tobacco fumes, leather, damp woolen uniforms, and unwashed bodies. She had a confused impression of bare walls with torn wallpaper, rows of blue overcoats and slouch hats hung on nails, a roaring fire, a long table covered with papers, and a group of officers in blue uniforms with brass buttons. She gulped once and found her voice. She mustn't let these Yankees know she was afraid. She must look and be her prettiest and most unconcerned self. "The captain?" "I'm one captain," said a fat man whose tunic was unbuttoned. "I want to see a prisoner, Captain Rhett Butler." "Butler again? He's popular, that man," laughed the captain,
taking a chewed cigar from his mouth. "You a relative, ma'am?" "Yes, his sister." He laughed again. "He's got a lot of sisters. One of them here yesterday." Scarlet flushed. One of those creatures Rhett consorted with, probably that Watling woman. And these Yankees thought she was another one. It was unendurable. Not even for Tara would she stay here another minute and be insulted. She turned to the door and reached angrily for the knob, but another officer was by her side quickly. He was clean-shaven and young, and had merry, kind eyes. "Just a minute, ma'am. Won't you sit down here by the fire where it's warm? I'll go see what I can do about it. What's your name?" He refused to see the lady who called yesterday. She sank into the proffered chair, glaring at the discomforted fat captain, and gave her name. The nice young officer slipped on his overcoat and left the room, and the others took themselves off to the far end of the table, where they talked in low tones and pawed at the papers. She stretched her feet gratefully toward the fire, realizing for the first time how cold they were, and wishing she had thought to put a piece of cardboard over the hole in the sole of one slipper. After a time, voices murmured outside the door, and she heard Rhett's laugh. The door opened. A cold draught swept the room, and Rhett appeared, hatless, a long cape thrown carelessly across his shoulders. He was dirty and unshaven, and without a cravat, but somehow jaunty despite his dishabille. And his dark eyes were snapping joyfully at the sight of her. "Scarlet!" He had her hands in both of his, and as always, there was something hot and vital and exciting about his grip. Before she quite knew what he was about, he had bent and kissed her cheek, his moustache tickling her. As he felt the startled movement of her body away from him, he hugged her about the shoulders and said, "My darling little sister," and grinned down at her as if he relished her helplessness in resisting his caress. She couldn't help laughing back at him for the advantage he had taken. What a rogue he was! Jail had not changed him one bit. The fat captain was muttering through his cigar to the merry-eyed officer. "Most irregular. He should be in the firehouse. You know the orders." "Oh, for God's sake, Henry. The lady would freeze in that barn." "Oh, all right, all right. It's your responsibility." "I assure you, gentlemen," said Rhett, turning to them but still keeping a grip on Scarlet's shoulders, "my sister hasn't brought me any saws or files to help me escape." They all laughed, and as they did, Scarlet looked quickly about her. Good heavens! Was she going to have to talk to Rhett before 6 Yankee officers? Was he so dangerous a prisoner they wouldn't let him out of their sight? Seeing her anxious glance, the nice officer pushed open a door and spoke brief, low words to 2 privates, who had leaped to their feet at his entrance. They picked up their rifles and went out into the hall, closing the door behind them. "If you wish, you may sit here in the orderly room," said the young captain. "And don't try to bolt through that door. The men are just outside." "You see what a desperate character I am, Scarlet?" said Rhett. "Thank you, Captain. This is most kind of you." He bowed carelessly, and taking Scarlet's arm, pulled her to her feet and propelled her into the dingy orderly room. She was never to remember what the room looked like, except that it was small and dim and none too warm, and there were handwritten papers tacked on the mutilated walls, and chairs which had cowhide seats, with the hair still on them. When he had closed the door behind them, Rhett came to her swiftly and bent over her. Knowing his desire, she turned her head quickly, but smiled provocatively at him out of the corners of her eyes. "Can't I really kiss you now?" "On the forehead, like a good brother," she answered demurely. "Thank you, no. I prefer to wait and hope for better things." His eyes sought her lips and lingered there a moment. "But how good of you to come to see me, Scarlett. You are the first respectable citizen who's called on me since my incarceration, and being in jail makes one appreciate friends. When did you come to town?" "Yesterday afternoon." "And you came out this morning? Why, my dear, you are more than good." He smiled down at her with the first expression of honest pleasure she had ever seen on his face. Scarlett smiled inwardly with excitement, and ducked her head as if embarrassed. "Of course, I came out right away. Aunt Pitty told me about you last night, and I just couldn't sleep all night for thinking how awful it was. Rhett, I'm so distressed." "Why, Scarlett." His voice was soft, but there was a vibrant note in it, and looking up into his dark face, she saw in it none of the skepticism, the jeering humor she knew so well. Before his direct gaze, her eyes fell again in real confusion. Things were going even better than she hoped. "It's worth being in jail to see you again, and to hear you say things like that. I really couldn't believe my ears when they brought me your name. You see, I never expected you to forgive me for my patriotic conduct that night on the road near Rough and Ready. But I take it that this call means you have forgiven me." She could feel swift anger stir, even at this late date, as she thought of that night, but she subdued it and tossed her head until the earrings danced. "No, I haven't forgiven you," she said, and pouted. "Another hope crushed. And after I offered up myself for my country, and fought barefooted in the snow at Franklin, and got the finest case of dysentery you ever heard of for my pains." "I don't want to hear about your pains," she said, still pouting but smiling at him from tip-tilted eyes. "I still think you were hateful that night, and I never expect to forgive you. Leaving me alone like that when anything might have happened to me." "But nothing did happen to you. So you see, my confidence in you was justified." "Rhett, why on earth did you do such a silly thing? Enlisting at the last minute when you knew we were going to get licked. And after all you'd said about idiots who went out and got shot." "Scarlett, spare me. I'm always overcome with shame when I think about it." "Well, I'm glad to learn you're ashamed of the way you treated me." "You misunderstand. I regret to say that my conscience has not troubled me at all about deserting you. But as for enlisting, when I think of joining the army in varnished boots and a white linen suit, and armed with only a pair of dueling pistols, and those long cold miles in the snow after my boots wore out, and I had no overcoat and nothing to eat, I cannot understand why I did not desert. It was all the purest insanity. But it's in one's blood. Southerners can never resist a losing cause. But never mind my reasons. It's enough that I'm forgiven." "You're not. I think you're a hound." But she caressed the last word until it might have been darling. "Don't fib. You've forgiven me. Young ladies don't dare Yankee sentries to see a prisoner just for charity's sweet sake, and come all dressed up in velvet and feathers and seal muffs, too. Scarlett, how pretty you look. Thank God you aren't in rags or mourning. I get so sick of women in dowdy old clothes and perpetual crepe. You look like the Rue de la Paix. Turn around, my dear, and let me look at you." So he had noticed the dress. Of course he would notice such things, being Rhett. She laughed in soft excitement and spun about on her toes, her arms extended, her hoops tilting up to show her lace-trimmed pantalettes. His black eyes took her in from bonnet to heels in a glance that missed nothing. That old impudent, unclothing glance which always gave her goosebumps. "You look very prosperous and very, very tidy. And almost good enough to eat. If it wasn't for the Yankees outside. But you are quite safe, my dear. Sit down. I won't take advantage of you as I did the last time I saw you." He rubbed his cheek with pseudo-ruefulness. "Honestly, Scarlett, don't you think you were a bit selfish that night? Think of all I had done for you, risked my life, stolen a horse, and such a horse. Rushed to the defense of our glorious cause. And what did I get for my pains? Some hard words, and a very hard slap in the face." She sat down. The conversation was not going in quite the direction she hoped. He had seemed so nice when he first saw her, so genuinely glad she had come. He had almost seemed like a human being, and not the perverse wretch she knew so well. "Must you always get something for your pains?" "Why, of course. I am a monster of selfishness, as you ought to know. I always expect payment for anything I give." That sent a slight chill through her. But she rallied and jingled her earbobs again. "Oh, you really aren't so bad, Rhett. You just like to show off." "My word, but you have changed," he said, and laughed. "What has made a Christian of you? I've kept up with you through Miss Pittypat, but she gave me no intimation that you had developed womanly sweetness. Tell me more about yourself, Scarlett. What have you been doing since I last saw you?" The old irritation and antagonism which he roused in her was hot in her heart, and she yearned to speak tart words. But she smiled instead, and the dimple crept into her cheek. He had drawn a chair close beside hers, and she leaned over and put a gentle hand on his arm in an unconscious manner. "Oh, I've been doing nicely, thank you. And everything at Tara is fine now. Of course, we had a dreadful time right after Sherman went through, but after all, he didn't burn the house, and the darkies saved most of the livestock by driving it into the swamp. And we cleared a fair crop this last fall, 20 bales. Of course, that's practically nothing compared with what Tara can do, but we haven't many field hands. Pa says, of course, we'll do better next year. But, Rhett, it's so dull in the country now. Imagine, there aren't any balls or barbecues, and the only thing people talk about is hard times. Goodness, I get sick of it. Finally, last week I got too bored to stand it any longer, so Pa said I must take a trip and have a good time. So I came up here to get me some frocks made, and then I'm going over to Charleston to visit my aunt. It'll be lovely to go to balls again. There, she thought with pride, I delivered that with just the right airy way. Not too rich, but certainly not poor. You look beautiful in ball dresses, my dear, and you know it, too. Worse luck. I suppose the real reason you're going visiting is that you have run through the county swains and are seeking fresh ones in fields afar. Scarlett had a thankful thought that Rhett had spent the last several months abroad and had only recently come back to Atlanta. Otherwise, he would never have made so ridiculous a statement. She thought briefly of the county swains, the ragged, embittered little Fontaines, the poverty-stricken Monroe boys, the Jonesboro and Fayetteville beaux, who were so busy plowing, splitting rails, and nursing sick old animals, that they had forgotten such things as balls and pleasant flirtations ever existed. But she put down this memory and giggled self-consciously, as if admitting the truth of his assertion. "Oh, well," she said deprecatingly. "You are a heartless creature, Scarlett. But perhaps that's known many ladies who were prettier than you, and certainly more clever, and, I fear, morally more upright and kind. But somehow I always remembered you. Even during the months since the surrender, when I was in France and England and hadn't seen you or heard of you and was enjoying the society of many beautiful ladies, I always remembered you and wondered what you were doing. For a moment she was indignant that he should say other women were prettier, more clever and kind than she, but that momentary flare was wiped out in her pleasure that he had remembered her and her charm. So he hadn't forgotten. That would make things easier. And he was behaving so nicely, almost like a gentleman would do under the circumstances. Now, all she had to do was bring the subject around to himself, so she could intimate that she had not forgotten him either, and then she gently squeezed his arm and dimpled again. "Oh, Rhett, how you do run on, teasing a country girl like me. I know mighty well you never gave me a thought after you left me that night. You can't tell me you ever thought of me with all those pretty French and English girls around you. But I didn't come all the way out here to hear you talk foolishness about me. I came because... Because? Oh, Rhett, I'm so terribly distressed about you, so frightened for you. When will they let you out of that terrible place?" He swiftly covered her hand with his and held it hard against his arm. "Your distress does you credit. There's no telling when I'll be out. Probably when they've stretched the rope a bit more." "The rope?" "Yes. I expect to make my exit from here at the rope's end." "They won't really hang you?" "They will if they can get a little more evidence against me." "Oh, Rhett!" she cried, her hand at her heart. "Would you be sorry?" "If you're sorry enough, I'll mention you in my will." His dark eyes laughed at her recklessly, and he squeezed her hand. His will! She hastily cast down her eyes for fear of betrayal, but not swiftly enough, for his eyes gleamed, suddenly curious. "According to the Yankees, I ought to have a fine will. There seems to be considerable interest in my finances at present. Every day I'm hauled up before another board of inquiry and asked foolish questions. The rumor seems current that I made off with the mythical gold of the Confederacy." "Well, did you?" "What a leading question! You know as well as I do that the Confederacy ran a printing press instead of a mint." "Where did you get all your money? Speculating? Aunt Pittypat said—" "What probing questions you ask." Damn him! Of course he had the money. She was so excited, it became difficult to talk sweetly to him. "Rhett, I'm so upset about your being here. Don't you think there's a chance of your getting out?" "Nihil desperandum is my motto." "What does that mean?" "It means maybe, my charming ignoramus." She fluttered her thick lashes up to look at him, and fluttered them down again. "Oh, you're too smart to let them hang you. I know you'll think of some clever way to beat them and get out. And when you do—" "And when I do?" he asked softly, leaning closer. "Well, She managed a pretty confusion and a blush. The blush wasn't difficult, for she was breathless, and her heart was beating like a drum. "Rhett, I'm so sorry about what I said to you that night. You know, at Rough and Ready. I was, so very frightened and upset, and you were so... She looked down and saw his brown hand tighten over hers. "And I thought then that I'd never, never forgive you. But when Aunt Pitty told me yesterday that they might hang you, it came over me of a sudden, and
She looked up into his eyes with one swift, imploring glance, and in it she put an agony of heartbreak. "Oh, Rhett, I'd die if they hanged you. I couldn't bear it. You see, And because she could not longer sustain the hot, leaping light that was in his eyes, her lids fluttered down again. In a moment I'll be crying, she thought, in a frenzy of wonder and excitement. Shall I let myself cry? Would that seem more natural? He said quickly, "My God, Scarlett, you can't mean that you—" His hands closed over hers in so hard a grip that it hurt. She shut her eyes tightly, trying to squeeze out tears, but remembered to turn her face up slightly so he could kiss her with no difficulty. Now, in an instant, his lips would be upon hers, the hard, insistent lips which she suddenly remembered with a vividness that left her weak. But he did not kiss her. Disappointment queerly stirring her, she opened her eyes a trifle and ventured a peep at him. His black head was bent over her hands, and as she watched, he lifted one and kissed it, and taking the other, laid it against his cheek for a moment. Expecting violence, this gentle and lover-like gesture startled her. She wondered what expression was on his face, but couldn't tell, for his head was bowed. She quickly lowered her gaze, lest he should look up suddenly and see the expression on her face. She knew that the feeling of triumph surging through her was certain to be plain in her eyes. In a moment he would ask her to marry him, or at least say that he loved her, and then— As she watched him through the veil of her lashes, he turned her hand over, palm up, to kiss it too. And suddenly he drew a quick breath. Looking down, she saw her own palm, saw it as it really was for the first time in a year, and a cold, sinking fear gripped her. This was a stranger's palm, not Scarlett O'Hara's soft, white, dimpled, helpless one. This hand was rough from work, brown with sunburn, splotched with freckles. The nails were broken and irregular. There were heavy calluses on the cushions of the palm, a half-healed blister on the thumb. The red scar which boiling fat had left last month was ugly and glaring. She looked at it in horror, and before she thought, she swiftly clenched her fist. Still he did not raise his head. Still she could not see his face. He pried her fist open inexorably and stared at it, picked up her other hand and held them both together, silently, looking down at them. "Look at me," he said finally, raising his head, and his voice was very quiet. "And drop that demure expression." Unwillingly she met his eyes, defiance and perturbation on her face. His black brows were up, and his eyes gleamed. "So you have been doing very nicely at Terra, have you? Cleared so much money on the cotton you can go visiting. What have you been doing with your hands? Plowing?" She tried to wrench them away, but he held them hard, running his thumbs over the calluses. "These are not the hands of a lady," he said, and tossed them into her lap. "Oh, shut up!" she cried, feeling a momentary intense relief at being able to speak her feelings. "Whose business is it what I do with my hands?" "What a fool I am," she thought vehemently. "I should have borrowed or stolen Aunt Pitty's gloves. But I didn't realize my hands looked so bad. Of course he would notice them. And now I'd lost my temper and probably ruined everything. Oh, to have this happen when he was right at the point of a declaration!" "Your hands are certainly no business of mine," said Rhett coolly, and lounged back in his chair indolently, his face a smooth blank. So he was going to be difficult. Well, she'd have to bear it meekly,
much as she disliked it, if she expected to snatch victory from this debacle. Perhaps if she sweet-talked him. "I think you're real rude to throw off on my poor hands. Just because I went riding last week without my gloves and ruined them." "Riding? Hell!" he said in the same level voice. "You've been working with those hands, working like a nigger. What's the answer? Why did you lie to me about everything being nice at Tara?" "Now, Rhett, suppose we get down to the truth. What is the real purpose of your visit? Almost I was persuaded by your coquettish airs that you cared something about me and was sorry for me." "Oh, I am sorry. Indeed." "No, you aren't. They can hang me higher than Haman for all you care. Written as plainly on your face as hard work is written on your hands. You wanted something from me, and you wanted it badly enough to put on quite a show. Why didn't you come out in the open and tell me what it was? You'd have stood a much better chance of getting it, for if there's one virtue I value in women, it's frankness. But no, you had to come jingling your earbobs and pouting and frisking like a prostitute with a prospective client." He didn't raise his voice at the last words or emphasize them in any way, but to Scarlet they cracked like a whiplash. And with despair she saw the end of her hopes of getting him to propose marriage. Had he exploded with rage and injured vanity, or upbraided her, as other men would have done, she could have handled him. But the deadly quietness of his voice frightened her, left her utterly at a loss as to her next move. Although he was a prisoner and the Yankees were in the next room, it came to her suddenly that Rhett Butler was a dangerous man to run afoul of. "I suppose my memory is getting faulty. I should oft-repeated remark that I am not a marrying man." When she did not speak, he said with sudden violence, "You hadn't forgotten? Answer me." "I hadn't forgotten," she said wretchedly. "What a gambler you are, Scarlet," he jeered. "You took a chance that my incarceration away from female companionship would put me in such a state I'd snap at you like a trout at a worm." "And that's what you did," thought Scarlet with inward rage. "And if it hadn't been for my hands—" "Now, we have most of the truth. Everything except your reason. See if you can tell me the truth about why you wanted to lead me into wedlock." There was a suave, almost teasing note in his voice, and she took heart. Perhaps everything wasn't lost, after all. Of course, she had ruined any hope of marriage, but even in her despair she was glad. There was something about this immobile man which frightened her, so that now the thought of marrying him was fearful. But perhaps, if she was clever and played on his sympathies and his memories, she could secure a loan. She pulled her face into a placating and childlike expression. "Oh, Rhett, you can help me so much, if you'll just be sweet." "There's nothing I like better than being sweet." "Rhett, for old friendship's sake, I want you to do me a favor." So, at last the horny-handed lady comes to her real mission. I feared that visiting the sick and the imprisoned was not your proper role. What do you want? Money? The bluntness of his question ruined all hopes of leading up to the matter in any circuitous and sentimental way. "Don't be mean, Rhett," she coaxed. "I do want some money. I want you to lend me $300. The truth at last. Talking love and thinking money. How truly feminine." "Do you need the money badly?" "Oh, yeah. Well, not so terribly, but I could use it." $300? That's a vast amount of money. What do you want it for?" "To pay taxes on Tara." "So you want to borrow some money.
Well, since you're so businesslike, I'll be businesslike too. What collateral will you give me? What? Collateral. Security on my investment. Of course, I don't want to lose all that money. His voice was deceptively smooth, almost silky. But she didn't notice. Maybe everything would turn out nicely after all. My earrings? I'm not interested in earrings. I'll give you a mortgage on Tara. Now, just what would I do with a farm? Well, you could... It's a good plantation, and you wouldn't lose. I'd pay you back out of next year's cotton. I'm not so sure. He tilted back in his chair and stuck his hands in his pockets. Cotton prices are dropping. Times are so hard and money's so tight. Oh, Rhett, you're teasing me. You know you have millions. There was a warm, dancing malice in his eyes as he surveyed her. So everything is going nicely, and you don't need the money very badly. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I like to know that all is well with old friends. Oh, Rhett, for God's sake, she began desperately, her courage and control breaking. Do lower your voice. You don't want the Yankees to hear you, I hope. Did anyone ever tell you you had eyes like a cat? A cat in the dark? Rhett, don't. I'll tell you everything. I do need the money so badly. I lied about everything being all right. Everything's as wrong as it could be. Father is... He's not himself. He's been queer ever since Mother died, and he can't help me any. He's just like a child. And we haven't a single field hand to work the cotton, and there's so many to feed, 13 of us. And the taxes, they're so high. Rhett, I'll tell you everything. For over a year, we've been just this side of starvation. Oh, you don't know. You can't know. We've never had enough to eat, and it's terrible to wake up hungry and go to sleep hungry. And we haven't any warm clothes, and the children are always cold and sick, and... Where did you get the pretty dress? It's made out of Mother's curtains, she answered, too desperate to lie about this shame. I could stand being hungry and cold, but now the carpetbaggers have raised our taxes. And the money's got to be paid right away. And I haven't any money except one $5 gold piece. Now I've got to have money for the taxes, don't you see? If I don't pay them, we'll lose Tara. And we just can't lose it. I can't let it go. Why didn't you tell me all this at first instead of preying on my susceptible heart? Always weak where pretty ladies are concerned. No, Scott. Did he really care about her? Had he been on the verge of a proposal when he saw her palms? Or had he only been leading up to another such odious proposal as he had made twice before? If he really cared about her, perhaps she could smooth him down. But his black eyes raked her in no lover-like way, and he was laughing softly. I don't like your collateral. I'm no planter. What else have you to offer? Well, she had come to it at last. Now for it. She drew a deep breath and met his eyes squarely, all coquetry and airs gone as her spirit rushed out to grapple that which she feared most. I have myself. Yes. Her jawline tightened to squareness, and her eyes went emerald. You remember that night on Aunt Pitty's porch during the siege? You said then that you wanted me. He leaned back carelessly in his chair and looked into her tense face, and his own dark face was inscrutable. Something flickered behind his eyes, but he said nothing. You said you'd never wanted a woman as much as you wanted me.
If you still want me, you can have me. Rhett, I'll do anything you say, but for God's sake, write me a draft for the money. My word's good, I swear it. I won't go back on it. I'll put it in writing if you like. He looked at her oddly, still inscrutable. And as she hurried on, she couldn't tell if he were amused or repelled. If he would only say something, anything. She felt her cheeks getting hot. I'll have the money soon, Rhett. They'll turn us out in the road, and that damned overseer of father's will own the place, and... Just a minute. What makes you think I still want you? What makes you think you're worth $300? Most women don't come that high. She blushed to her hairline, and her humiliation was complete. Why are you doing this? Why not let the farm go and live at Miss Pittypat's? You own half that house. Name of God, she cried. Are you a fool? I can't let Tara go. It's home. I won't let it go. Not while I've got a breath left in me. The Irish, he said, lowering his chair back to level and removing his hands from his pockets, are the damnedest race. They put so much emphasis on so many wrong things. Land, for instance, and every bit of earth is just like every other bit. Now let me get this straight, Scarlett. You're coming to me with a business proposition. I'll give you $300, and you'll become my mistress. Yes. Now that the repulsive word had been said, she felt somehow easier, and hope awoke in her again. He had said, I'll give you. There was a diabolic gleam in his eyes, as if something amused him greatly. And yet, when I had the effrontery to make you this same proposition, you turned me out of the house. And also you called me a number of very hard names and mentioned in passing that you didn't want a passel of brats. No, my dear, I'm not. She was breathing easier now. Being what he was, Rhett would naturally want to torment and insult her as much as possible to pay her back for past slights, and for her recent attempted trickery. Well, she could stand it. She could stand anything. Tara was worth it all. For a brief moment it was midsummer, and the afternoon skies were blue, and she lay drowsily in the thick clover of Tara's lawn, looking up at the billowing cloud castles, the fragrance of white blossoms in her nose, and the pleasant busy humming of bees in her ears. Afternoon and hush, and the far-off sound of the wagons coming in from the spiraling red fields. Worth it all. Worth more. Her head went up. Are you going to give me the money? He looked as if he were enjoying himself, and when he spoke, there was suave brutality in his voice. No, I'm not, he said. For a moment, her mind couldn't adjust itself to his words. I couldn't give it to you even if I wanted to. I haven't a cent on me. Not a dollar in Atlanta. I have some money, yes, but not here. And I'm not saying where it is or how much. But if I tried to draw a draft on it, the Yankees would be on me like a duck on a June bug, and then neither of us would get it. What do you think of that? Her face went an ugly green, freckles suddenly standing out across her nose, and her contorted mouth was like Gerald's in a killing rage. She sprang to her feet with an incoherent cry, which made the hum of voices in the next room cease suddenly. Swift as a panther, Rhett was beside her, his heavy hand across her mouth, his arm tight about her waist. She struggled against him madly, trying to bite his hand, to kick his legs, to scream her rage, despair, hate, her agony of broken pride. She bent and twisted every way against the iron of his arm, her heart near bursting, her tight stays cutting off her breath. He held her so tightly, so roughly that it hurt, and the hand over her mouth pinched into her jaws cruelly. His face was white under its tan, his eyes hard and anxious as he lifted her completely off her feet, swung her up against his chest, and sat down in the chair, holding her writhing in his lap. "Darling, for God's sake, stop! Hush! Don't yell. They'll be in here in a minute if you do. Do calm yourself. Do you want the Yankees to see you like this?" She was beyond caring who saw her, beyond anything except a fiery desire to kill him. But dizziness was sweeping her. She couldn't breathe. He was choking her. Her stays were like a swiftly compressing band of iron. His arms about her made her shake with helpless hate and fury. Then his voice became thin and dim, and his face above her swirled in a sickening mist, which became heavier and heavier until she no longer saw him or anything else. When she made feeble swimming motions to come back to consciousness, she was tired to her bones, weak, bewildered. She was lying back in the chair, her bonnet off. Rhett was slapping her wrist, his black eyes searching her face anxiously. The nice young captain was trying to pour a glass of brandy into her mouth, and had spilled it down her neck. The other officers hovered helplessly about, whispering and waving their hands. I guess I must have fainted," she said, and her voice sounded so far away it frightened her. "Drink this," said Rhett, taking the glass and pushing it against her lips. Now she remembered, and glared feebly at him, but she was too tired for anger. "Please, for my sake." She gulped and choked and began coughing, but he pushed it to her mouth again. She swallowed deeply, and the hot liquid burned suddenly in her throat. "I think she's better now, gentlemen," said Rhett, "and thank you very much. The realization that I'm to be executed was too much for her." The group in blue shuffled their feet and looked embarrassed, and after several clearings of throat, they tramped everything. Not even pride was left. This was the dead end of her last hope. This was the end of Tara, the end of them all. For a long time she lay back with her eyes closed, hearing his heavy breathing near her, and the glow of the brandy crept gradually over her, giving a false strength and warmth. When finally she opened her eyes and looked him in the face, anger had roused again. As her slanting eyebrows rushed down together in a frown, Rhett's old smile came back. "Now you're better. I can tell it by your scowl." "Of course, I'm all right. Rhett Butler, you are hateful, a skunk if I ever saw one. You knew very well what I was going to say as soon as I started talking. And you knew you weren't going to give me the money." "Not quite yet. Do you feel well enough to talk sense?" "Let me go." "You are well enough, I see. Then tell me this. Was I the only iron you had in the fire?" His eyes were keen and alert, watching every change in her face. "What do you mean?" "Was I the only man you were going to try this on?" "Is that any of your business?" "More than you realize." "Are there any other men on your string?" "Tell me." "No." "Incredible. I can't imagine you without 5 or 6 in reserve. Surely someone will turn up to accept your interesting proposition. I feel so sure of it that I want to give you a little advice. I don't want your advice. Nevertheless, I will give it. Advice seems to be the only thing I can give you at present. Listen to it, for it's good advice. When you're trying to get something out of a man, Don't blurt it out as you did to me. Do try to be more subtle, more seductive. It gets better results. You used to know how to perfection. But just now when you offered me your, collateral for my money, you looked as hard as nails. I've seen eyes like yours above a dueling pistol 20 paces from me, and they aren't a pleasant sight. They evoke no ardor in the male breast. That's no way to handle men, my dear. You're forgetting your early training. I don't need you to tell me how to behave, she said, and wearily put on her bonnet. She wondered how he could jest so blithely with a rope about his neck, and her pitiful circumstances before him. She didn't even notice that his hands were jammed in his pockets in hard fists, as if he were straining at his own impotence. "Cheer up," he said, as she tied the bonnet strings. "You can come to my hanging, and it will make you feel lots better. It'll even up all your old scores with me, even this one. And I'll mention you in my will." "Thank you. But they may not hang you till it's too late to pay the taxes," she said, with a sudden malice that matched his own.